Hello, welcome very much to the Sweden-Korea Nobel Memorial Program 2020. You can follow a stream in Korean or English from the website, so choose your language of preference there. And you can also choose to send in some questions on Slido on the website. So I'm only going to say that before I introduce the host for today, the ambassador, the Swedish ambassador to the Republic of Korea, Jakob Hallgren.
Wow, fantastic. We're finally here. Annyeonghaseyo. Hello, everybody. My name is Jakob Hallgren, as our eminent moderator just said, and it's really my great pleasure to welcome everybody to this symposium on the Sciences Award of the Nobel Prizes this year in 2020. Black holes, genetic scissors, and breakthrough treatments for the global health is the title of this very first session of this inaugural event. So we will hear today from Swedish and Korean experts about their views on the awards, who did them, and how was their work like, and what do these achievements actually mean for all of us, and especially maybe in the context of Korea and Sweden. My intention at the embassy here in Seoul, Swedish embassy, in organizing this event together with my eminent crew and staff is to create a meeting space for Korean and Swedish people who are curious and interested in science and research. So we hope to reach those of you who are experts, those of you who are interested in the sciences and research, but maybe just ordinary curious human beings who might have a life-changing experience by listening to today. So this means that you are all included and everybody is equally welcome to today's event. So as I said, this symposium and this whole program is organized by the Embassy of Sweden here in Seoul, together with our eminent partners, and they are many, so I will not mention all of them, but they are both in Sweden and in Korea. And these partners are all, in one way or another, very important for research or to enable research, both in Korea and Sweden and between our two countries. So I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude and thanks to all of those you partners who have made this possible today. Now, I hope you're really comfortable where you are, where you sit, where you stand, because now I am officially declaring the Sweden-Korea Nobel Memorial Program 2020 open. Whoa! Thank you. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. So we turn now to one of the most important persons in research in the Republic of Korea. Himself a distinguished scientist with a long career and a leading authority in the important field of thin film transistors for flat panel displays and solar cells, tremendously important particularly here in Korea. A relentlessly positive and supporting friend of the Swedish embassy, a thoughtful, considerate and generous person to that. The 9th president to the Korean Academy of Science and Technology, KAST, Professor Emeritus Min Koo-han. Very welcome.
Thank you very much for kind introduction. Good, very, very early morning to our Swedish participant. Is it 5 a.m. over there? 5:30, I guess. And good afternoon to Korean participant. And we are very happy that we have this kind of meeting, not only for the offline, but also through the online. It's very timely and a very important event. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the Swedish Embassy, especially Ambassador Hallgren and backed up for this wonderful proposal to have this kind of meeting. For the first time, we are very much confident that this should be done, and it should be the way it will be, because we don't have to spend much time at the airport and all the traffic jam, but through the online, all of our participants, not only for the Korea, but also in Swedish, join for this wonderful event. Every early October, the international attention and the publicity are focused to Stockholm, Sweden. You know that. Why? Because of the Nobel Prize. Of course, Korea has long been a country with big interest and enthusiasm toward this world's most prestigious award. It is also true that Korea's expectation to win its first scientific Nobel Prize has become greater than ever, since several Korean scientists have recently been mentioned as strong candidates as the Nobel laureate. I think the Nobel Memorial Program held at this time is very much timely and meaningful for us to meet our intellectual curiosity about 2020 Nobel Prize. I also hope that by learning the works of a Nobel laureate will give much insight, and dream to the Nobel laureate will give much insight to our young scientists and engineers and the students to endeavor their academic interest. We, Sweden and Korea, have invited world-renowned scientists in the field of physiology or medicine, physics, and chemistry for this program. I hope that it will be very precious time for everyone who is attending the Nobel Memorial Program 2020 via online. Lastly, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Swedish ambassador and His Excellency Jakob Hallgren for all of this effort in organizing this event, and to Dr. Haesuk Kim, the president of Ewha Women's University, for her generous support. And again, I want to say thank you for Korean speakers, Professor Oh, Professor Nam, and Professor Kim. I think he's coming. He's from just next door at Yonsei University. Thank you again, and have enjoyed this talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Han, for those kind words and continued support. Universities are tremendously important institutions for international cooperations. Tons of students are going from Korea every year to Sweden and the other way around, and researchers on top of that. We are in the following going to hear welcoming remarks from 5 universities that are extra important to us as partners. First of all, from the president of Ewha Women's University, Haesuk Kim, and that's where we are today, at the Ewha Women's University. Then from the president of the University of Gothenburg, Eva Wiberg, followed by the president of the KTH Royal Institute of Technology, Sigbrit Karlsson, and then followed by Vice Chancellor of Lund University, Torbjörn von Schantz, and the final one out is the President of Umeå University, Hans Adolfsson. Please pay good attention to these presentations because they have important messages for you.
On behalf of the Ewha community, I would like to take this opportunity to sincerely welcome everyone to this online conference, Sweden-Korea Nobel Memorial Program. I would also like to convey our sincere appreciation to the Swedish Embassy in Korea for organizing this event. Korea has had a long-standing and bountiful relationship with Sweden since 1959. It is thus extremely meaningful that our two nations are collaborating on organizing an event for the first time in Korea to commemorate and celebrate the invaluable significance of the Nobel Prize. It's an honor for Ewha to be playing a pivotal role in this monumental event. Ewha has continuously interacted with the Swedish institutions in various ways. We have welcomed many Swedish students to our campus and sent our students to Sweden. IWA also had the pleasure of welcoming distinguished visitors such as Queen Sylvia and co-hosting the Swedish Film Festival every year to raise greater cultural awareness. I have no doubt in that through this event, IWA will further contribute to strengthening bonds between our two nations. IWA has been dedicated to world-leading research in science and technology, and we take immense pride in our history of tireless pursuit of academic research in those fields. Historically, during times when the scientific field was rather male-dominated, IWA nurtured Korea's first female doctor of physics, first female chemist, and paved the path for women intellectuals to equally contribute. Today, IWA continues to lead in sharing new frontier knowledge through our endeavor in research and innovation, and is spearheading the involvement of women in STEM globally. IWA has recently finished constructing 2 state-of-the-art buildings, the Research Cooperation Building and University Industry Cooperation Building, to provide a dynamic research environment for scholars from around the world and become the hub for global scientific research. I hope you enjoyed the symposium of this year's Nobel Prize for Sciences, as I am proud that several women intellectuals were awarded for the prize this year in physics and chemistry. With engaging panel discussion and speakers who would enlighten the audience with greater insight into this year's prize, I hope you will find this occasion greatly informative and intellectually inspiring, as I have no doubt I will. Thank you.
Good morning and good evening, everyone. My name is Eva Weiberg, and I'm the president of the University of Gothenburg. I'm honored and proud that my university is part of this excellent Nobel Memorial Program. And I wish that I could have been with you in person to take part of the presentations. Due to the pandemic, this is of course not possible. The pandemic has brought us many challenges. Perhaps the most important of all for the higher education community is for us to preserve and nurture global conversations, like this one between Sweden and South Korea. The University of Gothenburg is a broad and comprehensive university with a strong research focus. One of our strongest research areas is within political science and in public opinion, democracy and elections. In this field of political science, there is also an established research collaboration with Yonsei University. The collaboration is also strong within education, where the university has exchanged 200 students with Korean universities over the years. We are hoping that this is only the beginning of an intensified collaboration in education and research with the Korean higher education community. The Nobel Prizes are the greatest celebrations of science. In the year of 2000, the same year when Kim Dae-jung from South Korea was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, Arvid Carlsson, Professor Emeritus at the University of Gothenburg, was one of 3 laureates in physiology medicine. A celebration of science, truth and facts, such as the Nobel Prizes, are of increased importance in challenging times when the international community must act jointly to fight a pandemic. It is with pleasure and pride I see the development of this joint collaboration between our 2 countries. I hope to meet you all in person in Korea during next year's Nobel Memorial Program.
KTH is happy to be partner in this event, and in times like this, it is even more important to keep connected. KTH is the oldest and largest technical university in Sweden with attractive education and world-leading research. KTH is an international university with some 30% of faculty having international background. Yearly, we have an inflow of about 1,000 international students. Korea is important to KTH for further exchange of students and more of excellent research collaborations. With KTH being an international leading engineering university, we'd like to deepen our collaboration as Korea is a world-leading nation in engineering and innovation. I see many similarities and mutual interests. I would like to see more Swedish students going to Korea to tap into the world-leading education and research, but also to learn more about the Korean culture. In the coming years, I'd like to see more research collaborations and more of academia-industry collaborations. Being a part of this Nobel Memorial Program, I just have to take the possibility to tell you about the real pride for KTH, Hannes Alfvén. He is our first but not last Nobel laureate. Professor Alfvén got the Nobel Physics Prize in 1970, and he is considered a pioneer in the field of plasma physics, and his discoveries play a crucial role in today's space research. I have visited Korea a couple of times, and it's a fascinating country. Already in 2013, I joined a delegation of Swedish rectors who visited a large number of excellent universities in the Seoul area. I have really enjoyed my stays. I was impressed by the high quality of the universities and the amazing labs for experimental research. I look forward to once again come back to Korea in real life. For us at KTH, this event is an opportunity to further engage KTH in deeper discussions to increase the ties with your wonderful country.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Lund University, it is an honor to welcome you today to this Nobel Memorial Symposia. As two of the world's most innovative countries, Sweden and South Korea have a great deal to learn from each other and many reasons to cooperate. Learn and cooperate on emerging technologies, digitalization and AI, and sustainability issues, to name just a few areas. South Korea inspires us in many ways. One example is the large investment in electric roads that Sweden is now making, such as the Evolution Road project here in Lund. This was all inspired by the work KAIST has done with inductive electric roads, the so-called OLEV project. So collaboration with South Korea is important to Lund University. Last year, we decided on an action plan for collaboration with Asia, and South Korea occupies a prominent place in this work. Here in Lund, we host two of the most advanced research infrastructure projects in Northern Europe, MAX4 and the European Spallation Source. Such facilities provide a strong foundation for furthering research cooperation with South Korea. It is my hope that the Nobel Memorial Symposia will stimulate increased scientific ties between our countries and between individual researchers. I am glad that you are joining us for this event, and I wish you all success.
Dear friends of Korea and Sweden, greetings from Umeå and Umeå University. My name is Hans Adolfsson and I'm the Vice Chancellor at Umeå University. And as the university, we are very happy to be part of the Swedish-Korean Nobel Memorial Program today. Umeå University has been collaborating with the Swedish Embassy in Seoul since 2013. We currently have 7 partner universities in Korea and would like to establish additional partnerships and to extend the relationships regarding research collaborations. Umeå University's strong research areas include, for example, global health, infection biology, plant and forest biotechnology, aging and population studies, and research connected to the Arctic regions. My personal professional background is within chemistry, and therefore I am especially proud that the groundbreaking discovery which is awarded this year's Nobel Prize in Chemistry, began at a laboratory here at Umeå University. The CRISPR-Cas9 genetic scissors, one of the gene technology's sharpest tools, was discovered by Emmanuelle Charpentier and Jennifer Doudna. At the time of the discovery, Emmanuelle Charpentier was a group leader here at MIMS, the Laboratory of Molecular Infection Medicine Sweden, at our university, in fact, over there. She often mentions Umeå as a place where she really could focus on her research, and that it was a great platform for networking and sharing ideas. I personally had the opportunity to visit Seoul in 2014, and it was a great experience. Therefore, I also look forward to visiting Korea again, and hopefully next year's Nobel Memorial Program can take place in Seoul. So, with that, enjoy today's meeting and do take care. Thanks.
Thank you very much for these nice messages, and we heard it, they will all come here for the Nobel Memorial next year. We look forward to that very much so. The first category that we're going to go through is the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. Now, this must be the most important of the Nobel Prizes since it concerns health, care, and well-being, and what could possibly be more important than that? We have several speakers, as President Han said earlier, that have risen early today. And the one that went up the first is Professor Mattias Uhlén. Professor Uhlén is a renowned academic with impressive scientific achievements, and he is also a serial entrepreneur and innovator. He holds some 80 patents, and he has started more than 20 companies. At least one of them I'm familiar with here in Seoul. And he is the founder of the SciLife Lab and the Human Protein Atlas. No bad achievements. And these are both important institutions in Sweden. Please welcome Professor Mattias Uhlén.
So thank you very much for this. So I am very honored then to be part of this event. And I would like then to, let's see, should I share my screen to give you, to see, so you can see my PowerPoint? Or how does that work?
Apparently, no. I think we have the presentation here.
Okay, so please show the first slide then.
And it's coming up, and let us know, Mattias, if you can see it on your screen as well.
Yes, let's see. Can you... I cannot see it, actually. Okay, here we go. So thank you very much. So I'm Professor Mattias Uhlén. I was the founding director of the Science for Life Laboratory. I have been many times in Korea, I think around 30 or 40 times. And what I would like to talk about today is the Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine. So this year, this was awarded to three gentlemen, Harvey Walter, Michael Newton, and Charles Rice, for the discovery of the hepatitis C virus. And the background for this is, of course, that hepatitis C virus gives liver diseases. It has been transmitted through blood transfusions. It's an RNA virus, so this is quite familiar for this year's pandemic. And it starts with a chronic hepatitis, and then it moved into cirrhosis for the patients, and finally some of them get liver cancer, but it can take up to 30 years. So what I thought I would do, I will give you a background, but first a little bit about the prize. So Alfred Nobel, in his testament in the early 1900s, he actually wrote down that one of the prizes should be in physiology or medicine. He gave the prize, the awardee to the Karolinska Institute, and you can see here a picture from the Karolinska Assembly in 1910. So next slide, please. So the selection procedure now is that nominations are invited in the fall right now, and before the January 31st, the nominations has to come in, and then the nominations are evaluated during the spring, put together before the summer. And then there is the Nobel Committee then reports this to the Nobel Assembly at the Karolinska Institute in August and September. And then, as was mentioned, the prize is given the first Monday on October, or it's announced the first Monday in October, and then the prize is given at the Nobel Day, December 10. The science between this year's prize then is that one gentleman, researcher Harvey Alter, was working at a blood transfusion in Bethesda at NIH, and he found that in the mid-70s found that the transmission of the hepatitis from blood could not be due to hepatitis B, that was thought at the time another virus, but must be caused by an unknown virus. However, it took more than 10 years before this virus was identified, and in the meanwhile it was called the non-A, non-B hepatitis. And this is where Michael Houghton came in. In 1987, at the company in California, Chiron, he used the new technology. Can you please go back, actually? He used the new technology of molecular cloning then to characterize this virus, and then were able then to develop a serological test. This was a major breakthrough and allowed blood tests to be developed to detect blood donors infected with hepatitis C. The risk of hepatitis from blood transfusions actually then went from almost 30% in the 70s to close to 0% in 2000. The third researcher that is awarded with the prize this year is Charles Rice. And his contribution was in the 90s. So he started cultivating the virus. And in 1997, he was able to take a cultivated virus and infect chimpanzees. This is also a very major achievement because that meant that the virus could be studied in laboratories, setting the scene to actually make antiviral drugs could be developed. Next slide, please. So this is quite unusual. The pioneering work for this year's prize in medicine actually was extended over more than 20 years, and I think that's quite unusual. Usually the prize is given to discoveries which are usually taking place in a rather short time period, but here this was extended over more than 2 decades. But the Nobel Prizes are given to discovery that gives benefit for human mankind, and this is very, very clear in this case. I here listed 3 different benefits that we have got from this year's prize. First of all, increased scientific knowledge, and in this case this is an RNA virus, and it is of course important to know a lot about the RNA viruses. Can you please go back? Yes. In order to then know more about how they work and so on, and especially maybe a year like this when we have a pandemic and we have another RNA virus which is causing so much problems, the SARS-CoV-2. But secondly, the prize then gave us the possibility to develop sensitive hepatitis C virus tests, and this has been very, very important for the clinical community, where don't have any risk anymore to get hepatitis when you're getting a blood transfusion. But then third, and maybe most important, is that these innovations gave us the possibility to create effective antiviral drugs. So with that, I'm going to show, yes, you can go back to this slide then. We are very happy then to, so this prize then has given us benefits for mankind. Next slide, please. So before I then end, I just wanted to show you a movie from the liver.
Here we explore the liver using 3D light sheet microscopy. We are inside one of the portal veins that run in parallel with the hepatic artery and the bile duct. Here the blood flows from the intestine to the liver.
So this was a movie just to show you, yeah, you can go to the next
liver
slide, please.
Produces biochemicals necessary for digestion and growth. Here,
next slide, please. Yes. Okay. So with that, I want to thank you for listening to this very short presentation about this year's Nobel Prizes in Physiology or Medicine, to Harvey Alter, Michael Newton, and Charles Rice for the discovery of hepatitis C virus. And then before I end, I just wanted to thank you all for listening, and also hope that next year we can maybe meet in South Korea. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Åhlén. And please stay with us. We hope we can come back to you for a conversation after a while. But first, I'm honored and glad to welcome our next speaker to you on this important award, Professor Yoo Kyung-oh. Let me get out of the way since I don't have a face mask right now. We want to keep, you could sit over there. Thank you. We want to keep the distancing, but still show our facial expressions. Professor Oh got her PhD at the University of Buffalo, a very cold city, but you will be familiar with that coming from here, a member of the Sunni family. And Professor Oh continued at Harvard before coming back to Korea, and today she is a professor at Seoul National University at the College of Pharmacy. She is a fellow of CAST and very active in several international journals in the field of pharmacy. A very warm welcome to you, Professor Oh. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Dr. Hector, for a very nice and warm introduction. And I'm very honored to be here as a speaker for explaining the Nobel story. 이제부터 제가 노벨상
I will now start my lecture on the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine 2020. Good afternoon. I am currently a professor at the Pharmaceutical College of Seoul National University. I am Oh Yoo-kyung. Today, I would like to talk about the 2020 Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. And I will talk about this subject under the title of Unveiling Secrets of the Silent Killer. First of all, let us watch the announcement of the 2020 Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine at the Karolinska Institute.
Så på engelska, the Nobel Assembly at Karolinska Institutet has today decided to award the 2020 Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine jointly to Harvey J. Alter, Michael Horton, and Charles M. Rice for the discovery of hepatitis C virus.
예, 여러분들께서 보신 것처럼
As you saw, the international community's attention was there at the announcement of the 2020 Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. And as you just saw, 3 gentlemen received this auspicious award. And they are Harvey J. Alter of the National Institute of Health, and also Michael Houghton, University of Alberta, Canada, and also Dr. Rice, Charles M. Rice of Rockefeller University, USA. And they received the award for the discovery of the hepatitis C virus. And actually, the hepatitis is a global health burden. According to a WHO report, every year, 325 million people globally live with a hepatitis infection. And then what is hepatitis? Literally, hepatitis refers to the inflammation of the liver. And hepatitis can be divided into two types, acute hepatitis and chronic hepatitis. In the case of acute hepatitis, the infection naturally clears within 6 months, generally speaking. And so it is not that clinically important. But when it comes to chronic hepatitis, it can develop into cirrhosis or hepatocellular carcinoma without the patient even realizing that their condition is that serious. And this is why it is called the silent killer. If you look at how viral hepatitis occurs, it can be triggered by viruses, and the virus, viral hepatitis, is one of the main causes. And there is hepatitis A, which occurs because of infection of A-type virus, and this is transmitted through oral intake of contaminated food or water. When it comes to chronic hepatitis, it is usually transmitted via blood. This means that you can get this disease by poking yourself with a needle or by blood transfusion. But there are very rare cases in which you poke yourself with a needle. So most of the infections come from blood transfusions. And in 1976, Dr. Baruch Blumberg discovered the hepatitis B virus and receives a Nobel Prize of Physiology and Medicine for his work. And around this time, Dr. Harvey J. Alter observed that there were patients that came to him who received blood transfusions who developed chronic hepatitis, but their hepatitis was not hepatitis A or hepatitis B. And so he wondered why or what caused chronic hepatitis other than A or B. And this was basically his paper. So he asked the question, why are patients developing non-A, non-B hepatitis? Is there another infectious agent? And so Dr. Alter designed an important experiment to answer this question. He collected the blood of non-A, non-B chronic hepatitis patients and injected this into healthy chimpanzees. What do you think happened? The results of this creative research was published in the renowned medical journal, The Lancet, in 1978. And so he proved that there was a third transmissible agent of chronic hepatitis. But it took years in identifying what this unknown transmissible agent was. And Dr. Michael Houghton, he encouraged or he led an antigen and antibody reaction between the blood of infected chimpanzees and patients with chronic hepatitis. And he created a library of highly concentrated virus protein of infected chimpanzees. If you look at the slide, I have only 10 samples, but what is notable is that this was arduous work because he had to work with over 1 million samples, and I found that this was quite impressive. So he screened millions of clones to eventually isolate a single HCV clone. And so he shared the results of his study. But there was still one remaining puzzle that was left. The last piece of the puzzle was whether the hepatitis C virus alone was sufficient to cause chronic hepatitis. And so Dr. Charles M. Rice injects in vitro RNA transcript to the infected chimpanzees. and he observed what happened. What do you think happened? And according to his study in 1997, when inoculated with transcribed RNA, the HCV increased in the chimpanzees, and they all showed signs of chronic hepatitis. So he proved that the hepatitis virus C alone could actually cause the disease it was thought to cause. So as you can see, there were three pieces to the hepatitis C virus puzzle. So in 1978, Dr. Harvey Alter discovered that there was a third form of infection agent that caused chronic hepatitis. Then in 1989, Dr. Houghton identified the transmissible agent as the hepatitis C virus. And then in 1997, Dr. Charles Rice proved that the virus alone caused the disease. And as a result of their work, we can now not only prevent but also treat hepatitis C virus. In preparing for this lecture, I thought about what kind of qualities Nobel laureates have, and I went through a number of articles and papers, and I condensed the qualities that are needed in laureates into the following four. The first, of course, is creativity. And but as you saw in the case of Dr. Michael Houghton, you also need persistence and perseverance. He found a single clone out of more than 1 million samples. And you also need to collaborate, because you need to collaborate with other researchers. So you need an open mind to collaboration. And the last factor or quality was humor and wit, and just enjoying the process. I'm sure you're familiar with the saying that you cannot win or beat somebody who enjoys their work. And of course, even if you have these four qualities, it doesn't guarantee that you will receive a Nobel Prize. However, I believe that these four qualities will enable you to become a good researcher. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor O. That was really exciting to take part of, and you really describe the process as an adventure, which is really fascinating. And I can imagine that it is an adventure and exciting at least part of the time. But I'm interested, you also alluded to that it would take, it took quite long time. Mm-hmm. The research projects were going on for years, and the data would be eluding you. Is that normal? How much is it long time, long processes before you find the results and before you get the adventure perhaps and the excitement?
Well, I think I can speak in Korean because there is translator.
Yeah.
연구에 있어서
I think when it comes to research projects, I think that patience and time is very important. But if you look at the Korean research environment, we tend to have mandatory reports every 3 years or every 1 year. And there are some cases where you feel the pressure when you don't have any results to report on. And I think that is why Michael Houghton's research is that meaningful, because as I understand, he went through 7 to 8 years of failed experiments, and I was quite envious that he was able to receive support and funding for the 7 to 8 years that he was experiencing failure. And I think that that sort of long-term support will be important in future Korean scientists having the potential to get a Nobel Prize.
Do you recognize this, the description? Will the process be looking the same in a Swedish or European context?
Well, I couldn't hear the Korean part, but obviously I think it's very, very common that research takes a long time, and the process you have to be very patient but for a Nobel Prize, this is actually quite unique. Normally, Nobel Prizes are given for pioneering efforts, and this is pioneering efforts, but I would still say that this is quite unusual to have the pioneering efforts extended over 20 years. It is kind of interesting that part of the delay might have been another virus that came in the early 80s, and that was the AIDS virus and HIV, and that took a lot of attention, but I still think that this is it's a very nice example where three researchers from different fields in very different environments actually together make this discovery and actually helps mankind with new drugs, new diagnostics, and new knowledge.
Would you say also that they were aware of each other? There were three pieces that each of them were tremendously important for the whole solution. But were they working on defined pieces when they were working on this problem? Or were they...
Well, all of them were actually working in several fields, and hepatitis C just happened to be one of the fields that they were working on. And it's interesting that they are very different because one of the researchers was in a blood bank, which is something that is very much service for the community. One was actually at the time in a company and did the discovery as part of the company. And one of them was in a very distinguished research university. So I'm sure that they were aware of what they have done, but probably only through literature and publications. So it is, in that sense, a little bit unique, this Nobel Prize.
Yeah. Professor Oh, you share this image?
제가 이번 올해
I believe that the award this year is more significant because generally when you receive a Nobel Prize, mostly, especially when you receive the prize with others, they are usually of the same generation and they usually carry out the research during the same time. But in this case, they carried out the research in different time frames. And although they did not directly collaborate with each other, they used papers and literature, which is a communication tool for researchers. And they used this tool to overcome the boundaries of time and space to collaborate in a way. And I think that this is meaningful.
Looking closer to home, so to speak, all of them would, I guess, be having their own labs that they were working at and teams that they would be working with. Can you say something about how that looks? They would be the research leaders as the most senior leaders, and there would be other roles in the lab as well. How important is the team for achievements like this? Is it the individual or is it the team? I guess it's different. Professor Ullén, you could start.
No, I think the team is very important. The environment that you're working on is very important. And also, as pointed out by Professor O, also the collaborations, international collaborations are important. And this is, of course, one of the reasons why it's so important to have collaborations like we also have between South Korea and Sweden. So the teams are very important. In order to be a successful scientist, you have to have the knowledge, you have to have the technology, but you also have to have the best network in order to achieve what you great things. Thank you.
Yeah, please, Professor O.
On my last slide, I talked about the pathway to receiving a Nobel Prize, and I talked about how one important quality was being open to collaboration. And I think collaborating with your immediate research teammates is the first step toward collaborating with others. In our lab, we have pairs of researchers who work together. So you need to be able to work with your partners within your team first in order to collaborate with people outside your team. And so the first step is to be able to collaborate with your co-workers and then to collaborate with scientists in other fields. And so recently, if you look at the research that is going on, you can see many interdisciplinary research projects going on. For instance, pharmaceutical studies along with engineering studies and other different fields. And this can expand the field and the research field.
I guess there are bigger and smaller research questions that you can work with. Would you say, like in mathematics, there is a list of hard problems that remains to be solved? Is there something similar in the life sciences as well, where you have, and I'm not thinking of curing cancer, but something more specific than that? Is there like a list of hard problems that haven't been solved that can also serve as inspiration for aspiring researchers or maybe even aspiring Nobel laureates? Professor Åhlén.
Okay, well, I think that in life science and medical research, we are in the most exciting area in history because we are starting now to understand a more holistic view of human biology and human medicine. And I think that we have got in the last 3 or 4 decades, fantastic tools to actually explore life science and medical research. And one of these tools was the Nobel Prize in Chemistry that you will hear about very soon. And with these tools, but also this new era of big data and artificial intelligence and data-driven life science, I think that we will then move into an era where we can actually make a systematic analysis of human biology and then also try to tackle very complicated diseases. So I think I would be very happy to be a young scientist today in this field because there are so much you can do with this new technology, this new knowledge, and this new data. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matthias. Professor Å, do you have a list?
Yes, 제가
As of 2019, with many countries facing an aging society, I think there are issues related to Alzheimer's, issues related to aging that can be solved. In 2020, as we enter the COVID era, I think we can add one more issue to that list. How can we respond swiftly with scientific means to these fast-changing viruses? How can we develop vaccines? If you look at viruses today, they have many different subtypes and it mutates very swiftly. So how can we uniformly prevent these viruses? How can we treat these viruses? So I think that how we are going to respond to future pandemics is something that we can add to this list.
A very important project, like putting a man on the moon type of project, and probably very good if we could come together to solve it like that. We have encouraged people that are participating online to suggest questions. If there is a question, there are a couple of questions. Okay, let's see if we can pick one or two of these. Yeah, the first one, how does this year's award-winning study have anything to do with the corona vaccine development? Is any one of you, Professor Å?
예, 이번 올해의 그 연구 결과는 결국 바이러스
I think that the work of the recipients this year was significant because three scientists worked together to solve the problem related to a single virus over time. So I'm sure that the coronavirus will seem like a mountain that is insurmountable, but I believe that going through the same phases, we will be able to tackle this virus in the future.
Yeah, I think that it's actually very interesting to compare because both of these viruses are RNA viruses. They are actually causing a lot of human harm. And it's interesting then what has happened with science because hepatitis C, then it took almost 20 years before we know about the virus until we had good diagnostics and good treatments. What was happening with the coronavirus now, the SARS-CoV-2, is very different. We have only known this virus for, I guess, about a year. And now we have thousands and thousands of publications. We have very good diagnostics. And I think we will then very soon have a vaccine. So it kind of shows how science has moved on. We have very, very much better technologies to study such a pandemic, and we are much quicker. But I think many of us would like it to be even more quicker, but at least it's not taking 20 years as it took for hepatitis C virus. So, but I think it's very relevant to compare. We should also remember that the knowledge that these awardees actually got us with their science actually help us now when we're trying to combat the coronavirus.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your time. This is too little time to be talking about important issues like this, but unfortunately, that's the way it is. So, Professor Yokyang Oh, thank you very much, and Professor Mattias Uhlén, thank you very much for your contributions. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we are now moving to another Nobel Prize category altogether, and this is the prize in physics, which is, I think, the most important prize in the Nobel Prize category, because it all starts and ends with physics and includes the rules, and it's the only discipline that is striving to formulate a theory of everything. And what could possibly be more important than that? So I turn now to Professor Anna Delin, online in Stockholm. You were awarded for the best Swedish doctoral thesis in physics, and you got the Thureus Prize for significant contributions in the theory of nanomagnetism. And you are a fellow of the Royal Swedish Academy of Science, no less. Today, you are professor of computational nanomagnetism, which is an interesting combination of words, I must say. And there may turn up one or two questions about that from the audience. Very welcome, Professor Anna Delin.
Thank you. So I'm waiting for the screen share to be enabled because I can't share my screen. I'll try again. It says host disabled participant screen sharing.
Okay, they heard that, so they are signaling it should be working.
Try again. Yes, that works.
Okay.
Lovely.
Great.
See my slides?
I can see your slide, but I'm not online.
Okay.
Can you see your slides?
Yeah, great. Then I start.
Okay.
Thanks a lot for having me, inviting me to this very interesting event. I've not yet had the pleasure to visit Korea in person, but it's definitely on my wish list. I have the honor to present to you this year's Nobel Prize in Physics. This year, the Nobel Prize in Physics is awarded for fundamental discoveries and predictions relating to so-called black holes. So what is a black hole? In short, when a very heavy star collapses, it can form a black hole. A black hole has such a large gravity pull that not even light can leave it. Therefore, we can't see black holes directly. However, they can be detected indirectly by the way stars move around them. Here you see an animation of how real stars move at the center of our galaxy. You can see that they seem to move around an invisible object. This mysterious object is called Sagittarius A star. The fastest moving star in the image, called star S2, that's the big blue star in the center, orbits this invisible object in just 15 years. For comparison, it takes our sun 200 million years to go around the center of our galaxy. Dinosaurs were walking on Earth when we started the current lap. Let's look a bit closer on the structure of a black hole. It has an event horizon at some distance from the center, the singularity of the black hole. The structure of a black hole is very much related to the structure of space and time itself. A black hole is a region in space and time that is so warped and curved that it's impossible to find your way out again. When you reach the boundary, the so-called event horizon, the direction of time points inwards towards the center. To escape the black hole, we would need to travel backwards in time, which is impossible. And in the center of the black hole, time ends. Interestingly, any object, no matter how light, can become a black hole if you can figure out a way to compress it down to below the critical radius, also called the Schwarzschild radius. At that point, what happens? At that point, gravity wins. Gravity wins over all known forces, and the object is forced to continue to collapse into an infinitely small object or point. And then it's a black hole. If we were to compress the Earth down to the size of a sugar cube, it would become a black hole. Half of the prize is awarded to Roger Penrose, a mathematician and theoretical physicist. The other half of the prize, let's see, there. The other half of the prize is awarded jointly to Reinhard Genzel and Andrea Ghez, who are both astronomers. I will now present all three awardees in more detail. Roger Penrose, at the University of Oxford in the United Kingdom, is awarded the prize for the discovery that black hole formation is a robust prediction of the general theory of relativity. The keyword here is robust. Penrose developed his proof in the middle of the 1960s. Already half a century earlier, as Albert Einstein presented his theory of general relativity, it had been pointed out that the theory in principle allowed singularities in space-time, what we now call black holes. But it remained pure theoretical speculation, since it seemed that such singularities could only exist in a very ideal, unrealistic situation where stars and their black holes were perfectly round and symmetrical. Interestingly, several hundred years ago already, mathematicians and physicists in fact speculated that dark stars could perhaps form heavenly bodies so dense that not even light would be able to escape. But it was not until Penrose developed the new mathematical concept of trapped surfaces, and with the help of that, proved the singularity theorem, that we could understand that black holes can actually form under realistic conditions and could perhaps even be quite common in the universe. Once Penrose's proof was published, the hunt was on to observe such a black hole. A bit tricky since they are invisible. The final success of that long hunt is the subject of the other half of this year's Nobel Prize in Physics, which goes to the leaders of two research groups. Both chose to focus on the object I already mentioned, called Sagittarius A star at the center of our galaxy, about 26,000 light years from our solar system. And they started their work in the 1990s, some 30 years after the publication of Penrose's proof. Sagittarius A star was strongly suspected to be a giant black hole at that time, but nobody had been able to prove it experimentally. Reinhard Genzel at the Max Planck Institute for Extraterrestrial Physics in Garching, Germany, and University of California, Berkeley, USA, is awarded the prize for the discovery of a supermassive compact object at the center of our galaxy. These observations were made using two telescopes in Chile, the New Technology Telescope, NTT, and later the Very Large Telescope Facility, VLT. Andrea Ghez at the University of California, Los Angeles, USA, is awarded the prize with the same motivation, that is, for the discovery of a supermassive compact object at the center of our galaxy. Her observations were made using a telescope in Hawaii, the Keck telescope. Since the 1990s, Ghez and Genzel have each led groups that have mapped the orbits of stars close to the center of our galaxy. You saw before how these stars are moving in the animation I showed. The studies led them to conclude that an extremely massive, invisible object must be dictating the star's frantic movements. This object, known as Sagittarius A star, is the most convincing evidence yet of a supermassive black hole at the center of our galaxy. Its mass is estimated to be about 4 million solar masses, squeezed into a region about the size of our solar system. To observe the motion of these stars with high enough precision, these groups have developed extremely sophisticated techniques, so-called adaptive optics, which have increased the resolution of the telescopes 1,000-fold. Their techniques correct for the air's turbulence using extra mirrors and sensitive digital light sensors. The result of their work is that we can now observe those stars with the high precision you see in this animation. The pioneering work of Reinhard Genzel and Andrea Ghez has led the way for new generations of precise tests of the general theory of relativity and its most bizarre predictions. The hope is that these measurements will also be able to provide clues for new theoretical insights. Thank you for listening.
Oh, thank you very much, Professor Delin. That was very interesting. Black holes is a constant source for fascination. I would like to welcome up to the stage, please, Professor Sankon Nam. Very welcome. You have been at Yale University in United States, and you're now at a professor at the Department of Physics at Kyungi University, and you are a provost. Being a provost, you may not have very much time to do research, I'm assuming, but I'm happy that you're able to keep updated with the Nobel Prize to the extent that you can participate here, and I see that you're interested in string theory and black holes, not only interested in much more than that. A very warm welcome to Professor Song-Kyun Nam. Thank you.
Thank you for a kind introduction, and hello everyone in Sweden and Korea. I'm going to give the presentation in Korean. So, 올해의 노벨 물리학상은
This year's Nobel Prize in Physics went to Professor Roger Penrose for his theoretical development in the study of black holes, and also to Reinhard Genzel and Andrea Ghez for their observational discoveries. I believe that you already heard some explanations about this year's award, so maybe there may be some overlapping content. Specifically, Penrose mathematically proved that the formation of black hole is inevitable based on the theory of general relativity, whereas Genzel and Guess proved that there is an existence of a supermassive object at the center of our galaxy through their astronomical observation. Professor Guess became the fourth woman in the world to receive the Nobel Prize in Physics. In 1915, Einstein's theory of general relativity came out, and Schwarzschild found a solution to black holes with spherical symmetry in 1916. He found a solution where the center of a black hole with infinite gravitational force was surrounded by an event horizon that seemed to stop in time. And there is infinite gravity at the center surrounded by the event horizon. So despite the solution to these Einstein's equation of general relativity, many physicists, including Einstein himself, did not believe that black holes would really exist. Nevertheless, in 1939, Oppenheimer and Snyder of the United States showed that dust, which had been distributed in a perfectly spherical shape, could pull together by gravity to form black holes. Nevertheless, many people thought that there would be no such thing as a perfect spherical symmetrical dust distribution, so they would not be able to get together perfectly in one center. And in particular, Soviet physicists at the time tried to make it seem impossible in real life. Until the late 1950s, many people were skeptical about the real existence of black holes. Even Wheeler of the United States, who coined the term black hole, did not believe in its existence. A discovery that changed the situation was made in the early 1960s. This is because celestial bodies called quasars have begun to be discovered with radio telescopes. So there are lots of theories about what this really is, and one of that is that these are supermassive black holes with masses of millions, hundreds of times the mass of the sun, and radio waves are emitted when surrounding gas is sucked in. So against this backdrop, in 1964, Penrose, who was a mathematician, began to think about proving the existence of black holes according to the general theory of relativity. He asked the question whether a black hole can only form if there is a symmetry. He approached this problem not from the perspective of equation solving, but based on his geometric and topological intuition. In other words, he tried to solve this problem of physics by drawing a picture. In 1965, he published a very short 2-page paper in Physical Review Letters, and he showed that in general relativity theory, the formation of black holes is inevitable. In other words, he mathematically proved that a black hole will eventually form even if the object is not in a perfect sphere distribution. So he proved that the singularity theorem, that black holes must have a singularity no matter how they are made. It means that there is no need for special conditions such as spherical symmetry that previously troubled many scholars. So let me just tell you the points of his singularity theorem. All substances that have energy pull each other by gravity. The two objects that initially ran in parallel are also pulled by each other's gravity. Light is no exception. According to general relativity theory, the coordinates of time and space are the same as the grid paper, but the grid paper is bent by gravity. The grid paper is made of latitudinal and longitudinal lines. No matter how curved the paper is, the lines in the same direction will not meet each other. But Penrose proved that inside a black hole, these lines collide with each other. In other words, it showed that a singular point at which the coordinates end was created. And the most important concept in Penrose's proof is the concept of a closed trapped surface. This trapped surface is a closed two-dimensional surface, and all light trajectories existing perpendicular to this surface are always converging with each other. This is opposite to what happens normally. Light that goes out of the sphere goes out in all directions. So Penrose showed that when the trapped surface exists, singularity must exist. And Penrose proved the existence of a singularity using a mathematical regression method. So he showed that black holes can inevitably form if these conditions are met. However, as you might have heard through the previous presentation, astronomical observation is not easy because the stars are shining in the sky and you may have seen them twinkling. So we need special kind of technology to correct the image of the starlight. So the method these scholars chose was to fire a laser 90 kilometers above the ground in the direction of the star you want to see. And the technology will correct the atmospheric movement about 2,000 times per second. And this allowed the researchers to take a picture of stars with 10 times higher resolution than not using the technology. Using this adaptive optics technology, Andra Ghez was able to separate and observe several stars in the center of our galaxy through the Keck telescope in Hawaii. So what are some of the homeworks remaining? The answer to the question of whether the singularity of mathematical infinity is real in the physical universe, as I said, the singularity that must exist within general relativity may rather show the limitation of general relativity in explaining our universe. So, for the past 30 years, scholars have been searching for a new theory that can really solve these questions. I have also been studying this issue for the past 30 years. And when it comes to observation, linking multiple telescopes on Earth will provide a practical Earth-sized telescope. And we are trying to improve the resolution of these telescopes for more precise research. Now I would like to move on to some of the research that are going on in Korea. There are many scholars in Korea who are trying to study this field. There are lots of string theorists in Korea, and also there are scholars studying the theories of quantum gravity. And as an important antenna that detects the signal coming from the black holes, there is an antenna being developed which detects the gravitational wave coming from the black holes. And also, a group of researchers from the United States LIGO Institute received the Nobel Prize for their research on gravitational waves. So many scholars are also participating in this kind of research. Thank you very much.
It was very interesting, and good to see you, Professor Dahlin, that you're still with us. Two fascinating presentations, I must say. Can I just make a control question? Professor Dahlin, you mentioned that if Earth was compressed to the size of a sugar cube, it would collapse to a black hole. But what would be the size of the black hole? I understand the sugar cube would implode or compress into a singularity then, or?
In this classical theory, it will be a singularity, so it will have zero size.
Zero size. Okay.
But
I'm challenged to wrap my head around that.
that's because it's a classical theory. And in reality, there's surely, there must exist a combination of, or we can reconcile quantum mechanics with the general relativity, and it will not be a true singularity, probably. That's what people are working on since many decades.
Okay, so Professor Nam, what would your best bet be? And Professor Dahlin, please consider that as well. The Sagittarius A that has, I don't remember what you call it, the size of our solar system, which is not the size of the physical thing of the black hole. Is that black hole also a singularity which doesn't have any mass, or doesn't have any physical existence?
Yeah. So let me make it clear. Black holes are surrounded by so-called event horizon. After crossing that, you can never come back. So whenever we say, what's the size of a black hole, is the radius of the event horizon. Inside that event horizon, at the center, we have zero size singularity. So that's the size of the zero volume that Professor Dahlin has said. Now, so big black holes such as the one at the center of our galaxy could be as big as our solar system, but if we compress our Earth, for example, it could be very, very small, even smaller than an atom, that might be. Yeah, and then the real nature of that singularity is something of a biggest puzzle, which needs the theory of everything, perhaps, and that a lot of people are working on that.
What is the smallest size, Professor Dahlin, the smallest size of an object that could, from natural causes, so to speak, become a black hole? Could our sun become a black hole, or is it too small for that?
I think the sun is a bit too small. I think you need some multiple. I'm not sure which one, maybe 10.
There's the pressure of atomic force prevents it from collapsing. So we need a big enough object. Usually we say that's about 4 times, the minimum size is about 4 times of the solar mass.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. This is a little bit challenging for me, I must say. But it's nevertheless relentlessly interesting. So another 7th grade level question then, perhaps, which is what I am capable of. Is the Sagittarius A eating the Milky Way? Is everything eventually falling into the black hole in the center of, and how long time will that take?
Yeah. So what prevents things to fall into is that it's rotating around it. If it's pulling toward, the Earth is pulling towards the center, but if we put a satellite around it, it just goes around and around because it's rotating. So as long as something is rotating around it, it's not sucked in immediately. So, if it's pretty far away, it's not going to suck everything in. So I don't think that Sagittarius A will suck the solar system in a foreseeable future.
So the centrifugal force of
right,
things,
exactly.
Spinning
yeah.
or okay, maybe that's the wrong term, but
also the space-time is very warped close to the black hole, so that we see it as a very long time for things to fall in. Actually goes to infinity.
That's true.
Right.
That's also true. Yeah.
Okay. When you are working on these issues, these problems, Are they mathematical problems to you, or geometrical, or physical, or what's your language to conceptualize these problems and the solutions?
For me, it's most theoretical and mathematical approach one can take, because one is trying to build up, devise a new theory in some sense. But there are other people who work about the astrophysical aspects around the real physical black holes. So there are these astrophysicists who do that, and they work on plasma and whatnot on that. Yes. So there are different people doing on, but my inclination is most mathematical one.
So different approaches. Professor Dahlin?
Well, my field is magnetism, so I don't work on black holes.
Right.
But for surely, it's a very mathematical, math-heavy research subject.
Yeah. Do we have questions from the audience that we should have a look at before time runs out too much? Physics feels more distant than chemistry and medicine. Is there any secret to becoming more familiar, getting closer to physics? That's a good question. How do you get closer to physics if you take an interest in approaching it, but you missed the opportunity when you went to school?
Yeah. So physics, I mean, like many other science, I mean, if you can enjoy it, sometimes the initial hurdle could be high for some people because it has some math and some experimental techniques. You need that. But your curiosity and your desire to learn more, usually you can overcome that small barrier. That's for sure true for all the physicists around the world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I would add to that physics is very much in the everyday life. Everybody's when it's slippery on the road, why do the tires need to look the way they do? It's all these everyday questions. That's physics.
So you would do good to have a physics coach close to you to explain those things when the questions arise.
Yeah, you get to see more things in a easier way.
Yeah. Could we get
I think if you have a curious mind, it will draw you to physics, and then you might have the motivation to learn the mathematics.
A curious mind, that's a good start. Can we get the questions up again? Last 2 years, Nobel Prize in Physics was to astrophysics. However, astronomy seems too indirect and abstract. What's significant about the Nobel Prize in astrophysics? Any one of you feel inclined?
Maybe
Professor Dahlin?
Can I start? So it's about fundamental discoveries that we understand how the world works in a very general sense. So if we take quantum mechanics, when that theory was developed, the Dirac and Heisenberg and Schrödinger and so forth, they were not thinking of quantum communication or quantum computers or semiconductor technology or anything that we're now using quantum mechanics for. They were curious about how the world actually works. And that's really the essence of physics, I would say.
And may I add, because we are inundated by data these days, we do use a lot of so-called AI technologies these days. So astronomy and particle physics, we do use all these techniques. And in some sense, we are the forerunners in these fields, actually.
That's interesting. I'm curious to how you believe AI and big data will be changing the game of the work that you're doing in string theory or black holes or nanomagnetism as well. The new opportunities for calculations and management of big data, that's hard to see. We saw some good examples of that. How will that change your field?
So it gives us new tools to look into very complex problems which we could not do before. So I think it's going to be a real game changer in the near future. Yeah.
Professor Dahlin?
Yes. Machine learning can be used in many ways. So it's a very good way of mapping very complex functions on some model that you develop a very good model. And this can be used to describe complex many-body wave functions or just states that we haven't really been able to describe before. So it will give us a better understanding of matter in general.
Okay, so maybe that could be an advice to aspiring students aspiring to becoming a scientist, also to take an interest in that new kind of areas. Our time is up. I want to say thank you very much, Professor Dahlin, for taking the time this morning, and Professor Sung-Kon Nam for taking the time this afternoon. Thank you very much, both of you. And we are going to take a little break. It's not going to be very long, but we're going to show a video that exemplifies cooperation between Sweden and Korea. And while you're watching this video, stand up, stretch your legs, get some water, or do some other small errand, and we'll be back here in a couple of minutes, 2, 3, 4 minutes, I believe. Thank you very much. See you in a while.
경제로의 대전환, 한국과 스웨덴이 함께 만들어가겠습니다.
As you have seen, the relation between Korea and Sweden is so broad and it's so deep. Now we're building on the fantastic momentum of last year's 60 years anniversary, and we take the relation to the next level. Come collaborate with Sustainable Sweden.
Okay, welcome back from the break. I will let you settle in and find your bearings. Where is the coffee? Where is the seat? Where are the soft cushions? And then we can resume with the next presentations. And I'm very happy to introduce to you Professor Sven Ledin at Lund University. Professor Ledin has said that the Chemistry Prize is the most important Nobel Prize every year. And I totally agree, of course, that the Chemistry Prize is the most important. And I can see why Professor Ledin would say that. Well, first, because he's a chemist, of course, but also because it connects physics and medicine and is foundational for understanding how processes and change is taking place. And what could possibly be more important than that? I ask you. Professor Ledin is a fellow of the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences and noted for his work in inorganic chemistry. He served in the Nobel Committee for Chemistry for several years, including as the chair. That gives him inside knowledge in the selection process of candidates for the Nobel Prize in Chemistry. If you have any questions that you would like to ask Professor Ledin about that, you should and you can on the website. There is a Slido function, and you can choose your language, either English stream or Korean stream. So please welcome Professor Ledin. You're very welcome indeed. Good to see you.
Well, thank you very much for your kind introduction. I'm going to try to put this year's prize into the context of the history of the Nobel Prize and give you a few tips along the way on how to get it, if you should be interested. This is the place where scientists, literatures, and peacemakers strive to be, the rewarding spot of the Nobel Prize in Stockholm. It all starts at a press conference in October where the prize is being announced. However, of course, it starts much earlier. It's an ongoing work, and I will give you a few glimpses into how it all started. First of all, the reason the prize is there is to some extent because of the chief engineer of Nobel Industries at the time of Nobel's death, Suleiman, and some very bad press that Alfred Nobel received when he was an old man. His brother died, and the French papers had the misconception that it was Alfred Nobel who had died. And the headlines were not very pleasing to Alfred Nobel because they read that the merchant of death is dead. He was mostly known at the time for his manufacture of gunpowder and dynamite. And to create something that celebrated peace and the sciences became at the top of his mind. Now, Suleiman was important because there really wasn't any reason why anyone should look at the will of Alfred Nobel from the point of view of Swedish law. Because, like his prize, Alfred Nobel was truly international. He was born and raised in Stockholm, lived there the first 4 years of his life. He then moved to Helsinki, St. Petersburg, Stockholm again, Hamburg, Paris, and finally San Remo. He was a citizen of the world, and this was a guiding star to why he created the Nobel Prize as an international prize. His will was contested, but according to Swedish law, he was a Swede. This is his summer house in the west of Sweden, in Värmland. And according to Swedish law, a man's home is where he keeps his horses. And at the time, Alfred Nobel kept 5 Russian Orlov stallions at his summer house in Värmland, which made him, according to Swedish law, a Swede, and made it possible for the Swedish government to process Alfred Nobel's will as if he were a Swedish citizen, which of course he was, but he was also a citizen of several other countries. What's amazing about his will is that it was considered valid at all. It's handwritten, it contains a lot of extra material. It was changed over time, but it was considered valid. And to our purposes, there are a few things in it that are particularly interesting. First of all, it's interesting to see that he gives some of his money to his relatives, a few 100,000 crowns. But of course, the central part of this is where he bequests money, the whole of my remaining realizable estate, which was at the time around 35 million Swedish crowns, an enormous amount of money. And those should be given to prizes to those who during the preceding year have conferred the greatest benefit to mankind. And importantly, he writes, it's my express wish that in awarding the prizes, no consideration whatever should be given to the nationality of the candidates, but that the most worthy shall receive the prize, whether he be a Scandinavian or not. It's also important that the prizes should be given to those who during the preceding year have conferred the greatest benefit to mankind. The Nobel Prizes are retrospective. This is a lot easier to follow than to try to predict what is going to be important in the future. And it's also important that the fact that it should be given to the most worthy, whether he be Scandinavian or not, which means we should not pay heed to apolitical, national, or racial considerations. Interestingly enough, there are different criteria for the chemistry, physics, and medicine or physiology prizes. So how does this happen? Well, somewhere in the world, a forward-looking government or agency decides to send resources on blue sky science because the Nobel Prize is given for new discoveries. And then someone needs to actually make use of this, and 25 years later, the Nobel Committee wakes up from their slumbers. I will get back to why it has to take so long. The yearly cycle works like this. In September, nominations are sent out all over the world to nominate for the Nobel Prize. They had to be handed in by February. During spring, the Nobel Committee consults with experts around the world concerning the nominations. The report is written during summer, and from September to October, the committee discusses with the Royal Academy of Sciences concerning the choices. And in December, there's a good party and everyone rejoices. This year, we sent out about 3,500 invitations to nominate. We got in excess of 600 nominations of 400 individual candidates. About these, there were 30 reports about 200 of the candidates. There were a lot of committee reports and about 3 months of meeting time and substantial support for the paper and pulp industry, because all this is done by traditional media in order to protect the secrecy of the process. What are the trends and challenges then? Well, small or large groups. The prize cannot be given to be shared among more than 3 individuals. This is a challenge, I think, particularly in physics, not so much in chemistry, but it is important to the identity of the prize, that it's given to recognizable individuals. Do we really have to wait for 25 years? Well, I'll show you a slide about that and get back to this year's prize. And what are these subjects today, and what were they in the days of Alfred Nobel? The first prize in chemistry went to Jacobus van 't Hoff, and I think it's important to read from his lecture. Although the investigations on which I'm about to speak were carried out 15 years ago, I'm going to begin by describing still earlier studies which in fact form the basis of my own. Now this is very important. So Jacobus van 't Hoff was rewarded for work that went back a long time, already in 1901. And that is still the truth. We are standing on the shoulders of giants, and we need to make a very thorough field study in order to find out who really did the job. I would say with this year's prize in chemistry this year, it was remarkably quick. It took less than 10 years to recognize the singular achievement that went behind the discovery and the invention, to some extent, of how to use CRISPR-Cas9. And Emile Charpentier and Jennifer Doudna received the prize unusually early after their discovery, because it so quickly turned out to be so immensely important to mankind. We also have to ask ourselves, what is physics, chemistry, and medicine today? And in reality, they are all intertwined. Prizes that are rewarded in chemistry could very well be awarded in physics or in medicine as well. And there is constant communication between the committees to make sure that if we should look at the same subject, at least we should not do so unbeknownst to each other. Whenever I speak about the Nobel Prize, I'm always asked about when the first prize or the next prize in the country where I'm speaking, when will this occur? And my answer is always the same. To get the Nobel Prize, you don't only need to be very successful, you also need to be lucky. There are a lot of worthy candidates. And so I have to return the question, do you feel lucky? Do you? I have been very much impressed by Korean science. I have followed it very closely. I visit Korea 2 or 3 times a year, particularly in conjunction with the Hwang Prize. That gives me a good insight into all the great work that is done in Korean science. I'm very much looking forward to my next visit there, hoping that we shall again look at a world where travel is possible and where we can engage personally and not only online. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Ledin, or should I say Dirty Harry. That was fascinating and interesting. Hang on, please, so you can participate in our conversation later on. But first I would like to introduce our next speaker. Professor Hongbon Kim is an MD, a medical doctor, and he continued, when he got his doctorate, he continued with research at Yonsei University to receive a PhD in nanoscience and technology. That's a very interesting topic. He has received the National Young Scientists Award, among other awards, and is a member of the Young Cast, and is today professor at the Yonsei University. Professor Kim, you're most welcome.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I'm very pleased to talk about this year Nobel Prize in Chemistry, which is about genome editing. And I have been in this field for the last 10 years, and this is a highly exciting field of research. Next slide, please. So, 올해 이제
Yes. This year's Nobel Prize in Chemistry went to Emmanuel Charpentier and Jennifer Doudna. So 2 people became the laureates of the Nobel Prize in Chemistry, and they received this award for the development of a method for genome editing called CRISPR. This is a quote from the Nobel Prize Committee's website. There are 3 reasons why this award was given to these 2 people. The first reason is this. This technology has had a revolutionary impact on the life sciences. So the first tense used is a past present tense, and the second reason is this. The technology is contributing to new cancer therapies, so it is currently making contribution. And the third reason is related to the future. So this technology may make the dream of curing inherited diseases come true. Probably, It is not sure yet, but this technology may make this dream of curing genetic disease come true. So these are the three reasons why the Nobel Prize was given to this research. These two Nobel laureates received the Breakthrough Prize in 2015, and many scholars in this field anticipated that these two scholars may be receiving the Nobel Prize in the future, but we didn't expect that these people will be receiving the Nobel Prize this shortly. Actually, Emmanuelle Charpentier visited Korea in the past. We invited her for a lecture. And this is a slide on the structure of the DNA. DNA is a structure that contains genetic materials. It is consisted of A, T, and G, and C bases. As we read the genetic materials in the DNA, we will be able to anticipate what kind of characteristics an organism or a human body will look like. So I will just quickly go through these slides. In 2011, Emmanuelle Charpentier published this article. This is related to the last component of CRISPR-Cas9, which is the tracer RNA and RNA3. Up until this point, Cas9 and CRISPR RNA were widely known in the field. But this is the structure of CRISPR-Cas9. There is a protein called Cas9, and there is something called cRNA, which is marked in orange. And there is also a tracer RNA. So this CRISPR-Cas9 is consisted of tracer RNA and this RNA. And the NGG sequence is shown here. And the other sequences is far from offstream. And there are 20 sequences, as you can see from this slide. And what Emmanuelle Charpentier did was to simplify this structure. So the CRISPR RNA and the tracer RNA were combined into a single RNA, single guide RNA. So the single guide RNA was created by these two scholars, and the single guide RNA is much more effective than the RNAs that existed in the past. So this research was the research that made it possible for them to receive the Nobel Prize. It was submitted in June 2012, and it was very quickly accepted by a journal called Science in June 2020 also, and it was published in just 8 days on June 28th the same year. And this was research that was jointly conducted by the two scholars. Next, this is a picture of Fang Zhang and Dr. Kim Jin-soo of Korea, and also there are other scholars who conducted a study on applying this technology on human cells. So they proved that gene editing of human cells is possible. Cas9 is a genetic scissor technology, and people think that this is an actual scissor, but let me show you a video of this genetic scissor. The genetic scissor looks like this. The one in the middle is the DNA that looks like a line, and in the middle there is an object that looks like a ball. Well, it doesn't look like a genetic scissor. It looks like a ball, actually. And this ball will be attached to the DNA, which looks like a string, and then for some time it works on the DNA to cut the sequence of the DNA. So thanks to their research, there are some literature that came out after this research. So based on this theory, there are studies on base editing. And the base polymer here is thymidine. And when the A is cut down, then this A can be transformed into G, and the T can be transformed into C. And all of this technology is thanks to the CRISPR-Cas9 technology. And if you put the CRISPR-Cas9 to this RNA, then these kinds of transformation can happen. And A can be turned into G by applying CRISPR-Cas9 genetic scissor. And this base editing technology is developed by a person named David Liu at Harvard University. And recently, there is a research on prime editing. And all these recent works were possible thanks to the CRISPR-Cas9 technology developed by the two scholars who received the Nobel Prize this year. So what kind of benefits can this technology provide to the humanity? It can be used in curing Duchenne muscular dystrophy and other genetic diseases. There are experiments on animals. However, we are not using this technology in humans yet. Dr. Chin-Soo Kim and Jae-young Kim in Korea conducted this research on the treatment of age-related macular degeneration, and they showed the possibility of curing macular degeneration using these gene editing technologies. Also, genetic scissors can be used in cancer therapy. Of course, the cancer cannot be cured completely. However, the size of the cancer cells can significantly be reduced by using this genetic technology. Also, this CRISPR-Cas9 technology can be used in the genome editing of plants. And recently, together with Professor Yoon Sun-ho of the engineering department of our school, we were able to conduct this research on creating a program to predict the activities of genetic scissors. We collected a big data of genetic scissors, and we created a system that can predict the efficacy of genetic scissors. So instead of using an experimental approach, we can come up with a prediction about the efficacy of the genetic disease based on this big data. So using a computer, we can predict the effects of genetic scissor. And next year, we will be holding the genetic scissor seminar in September next year in Korea. So I would like to ask you for your participation. Thank you for your introduction.
And welcome back, Professor Ledin. So just a quick question first to you, Professor Kim. Is it in use today? I mean, this is a very young technology. It was like 2011, 12, 13, something like that when they met.
Yeah, since 2012, it's 8 years. After,
8 years.
First, their paper.
So that you must call that a very young technology.
Yeah, I think so.
And I had a conversation with a biologist recently, and I asked if they are using CRISPR, and they said, well, everybody is. So immediately it's taking place in the labs. But is it on experimental level still, or is it treated, or is it used in treatments also? Already?
I'm speaking Korean.
Please,
Well, for in vivo gene editing, up until now, applying this CRISPR-Cas9 technology in vivo treatment, we are already having a clinical trial on such technology to cure an eye-related disease. And I think this is a very promising field. And For ex vivo approach, in cancer immunotherapy, we can get rid of the PD-1 and we can improve the effectiveness of the therapy. And we are already seeing positive results, and we are expecting that this technology is already, the effect of this technology is already proved in cancer treatment.
That's interesting. Professor Ledin, you showed us, which is very interesting, that there is a very small difference, or can be a very small difference, between medicine and chemistry, for example, and perhaps this award could have been in the category of medicine or physiology as well. But so it's now in the category of chemistry. Are chemists working on CRISPR-Cas9 as well? It's coming from chemists, but are they constructing the tool, or is chemists also working with this tool?
So there are certainly chemists working on constructing the tool, but there are lots of chemists, many more, using this tool. And I think it's very interesting to see that it only took a year before the word to CRISPR something appeared in English. 1 year after the publication, it tells you something about the enormous impact of this discovery on chemistry and, of course, on life science chemistry in particular.
Do you need one aspect of this technology that seems to be almost as complicated as the chemistry seems to be the immaterial rights issues and the patents and the protection of the design and so forth. Is it available for everybody to experiment with CRISPR-Cas9? Is it only when you start using it to construct medicine or treatments that the immaterial rights issues become complicated? And a connected question to this is the complexities around the immaterial rights and the patents. Do you think that can keep people away from doing research on this? Professor?
Immaterial rights are very complex in many ways, and I think it's important to consider that most research is not done in university laboratories. Most research is performed in commercial companies, and they are completely dependent on patent rights. And so I think it's important not to demonize patent rights. They are an important driving force to make us go forward. In science, we are certainly free to use the results of published reports, such as that by Charpentier and Dagna, and the patents regarding CRISPR-Cas9 have been largely on the applications rather than on new research avenues. So I don't think it's hampering research much. Of course, it does limit the commercial applications for other interests, but I think it is it's important to realize that this is the only way that companies can join into this research endeavor, and they are also very, very important actors here.
Thank you. Professor Kim?
And if 거기다 일부러 좀 추가하자.
Yes, to add on that, the biggest benefit of CRISPR-Cas9 is that it is really easy to make CRISPR-Cas9. Of course, CRISPR-Cas9 is not the only tool for genome editing. Also, there are other previous tools that were previously developed. However, the reason why CRISPR-Cas9 has become widely popular among scholars is because it's very easy to create Cas9. And probably if you study this for 1 or 2 hours, you'll be able to create CRISPR-Cas9 in just a few days. So anyone can really make this Cas9, and this is the biggest strength of Cas9. And the second strength is that the effectiveness is very high. So I think that is why the award was given to this research.
Very well-deserved award. Do we have questions? Maybe one question from the audience we could have. We're on overtime now, but thank you for staying with us for just a little bit longer. No questions, so there's no time. So we need to wrap up. In that case, I would like to say thank you very much to Professor Kim, and thank you very much to Professor Ledin, especially you, Professor Ledin, for going up early this morning. Hope you have a nice rest of the day. And that's it for this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I would like to ask back to the stage Ambassador Jakob Hallgren to say a few closing words. Thank you.
Well, and I would really like to thank both Dr. Hector, all of the eminent scholars and researchers and professors who've been with us in these three exciting symposia on the three science prizes this year, and also thanks to you in the audience for the insightful questions. And having listened at this, I think, wow, this is so accessible. This is so much about everyday issues, and there's so much to take away. I'm sure you have drawn a lot of conclusion, each of you who listened, who've been us until this, but thus far. But the timeless issues about curiosity, about persistence, about collaboration, and about humor that one of the panelists mentioned earlier, I think are so pertinent. It should be fun, and it should be spurring the imagination and fantasy to get to these completely groundbreaking innovations that we have talked about today. And I have been in Korea for 2 years now, and it really strikes me how strong many Koreans are in all of the STEM sciences. So just like Professor Ledin just said, I'm so curious about the future when it comes to Korea and the Nobel Prize. So, and the other takeaway thus far is that it works great to do a seminar or symposia like this despite COVID-19, having the Swedish speakers far away but still so close in the online formats here. So thanks again to that. But it's not over yet. We're going to break some 20 minutes now, and then we're going to continue this session today with a symposia on the Economics Nobel Prize, and later on also on the Literature Nobel Prize. So please stay tuned and hang on for the next session in a moment. Thank you so very much.
30 seconds. Hello, welcome very much to this session on the Nobel Prize in Economics. On the website you can choose to follow a stream in English or a stream in Korean, so pick your language of preference there. You can also post some questions on the Slido function that you find on the website. So please do that, we invite you to. I am not going to open this session, but the ambassador the ambassador of Sweden to the Republic of Korea, Jakob Hallgren. I'm saying this so many times that I'm forgetting you. Very welcome.
Anders, it's really great. We've already had a session this afternoon or this morning, depending where you are on the sciences, and now we're turning to the next topic this afternoon, which is the economics session in this Nobel Memorial Prize or Nobel Memorial Program 2020. This is the first year we do this for those of you who have just joined us, and the title for this session or symposia as we call it is the Quest for the Perfect Auction, reflecting this year's Nobel Prize, and I'm really looking forward to it. And what we're going to do today is that we're going to listen to some preeminent and really excellent Korean and Swedish experts and professors, deciphering or explaining in more detail and making it understandable for us who are not the experts about the laureates this year, how they went about when they made their groundbreaking discoveries, and what that meant to maybe relations even between Korea and Sweden. So you are all welcome to this session, whether you are experts in the field or if you are just like me, curious human beings who are interested in understanding these prizes and their significance more. And this symposia today and the whole program is organized together with some preeminent and really great partners, both in Sweden and here in Korea. And I would like to pay tribute to you, because without you, this would not have been possible. You've really supported us in an eminent way, and you will hear from some of these partners very soon. So thank you to you, and I really look forward, and I hope that you are now comfortable and rested and ready and curious for this second session of the Nobel Memorial Program, which I declare open now. Back to you, Dr. Hector.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. We are indebted to several universities. They are tremendously important for international cooperation between our countries. In the next, I'm going to give the word to 5 universities, 1 Korean and 4 Swedish, that are very important partners to us in this project. Particularly with the first, I want to highlight the Ewha Women's University, which is where we are at. The venue is at the Ewha Women's University, and they have been very helpful in helping us setting this up and supporting us in different ways. So I want to introduce to you presentations from these universities, starting with the president of Ewha Women's University, Hae-Suk Kim, followed by the president of the University of Gothenburg, Eva Wiberg. And then we will hear from the president of KTH Royal Institute of Technology, Sigbrit Karlsson, followed by the vice chancellor of Lund University, Torbjörn von Schantz. And the last one out will be President of Umeå University, far up north in Sweden, Hans Adolfsson. So please enjoy these presentations and listen carefully because they have important messages for us. Thank you. See you in a while.
On behalf of the IHA community, I would like to take this opportunity to sincerely welcome everyone to this online conference, Sweden-Korea Nobel Memorial Program. I would also like to convey our sincere appreciation to the Swedish Embassy in Korea for organizing this event. Korea has had a long-standing and bountiful relationship with Sweden since 1959. It is thus extremely meaningful that our two nations are collaborating on organizing an event for the first time in Korea to commemorate and celebrate the invaluable significance of the Nobel Prize. It's an honor for IHA to be playing a pivotal role in this momentful event. IHA has continuously interacted with the Swedish institution in various ways. We have welcomed many Swedish students to our campus and sent our students to Sweden. IHA also has the pleasure of welcoming distinguished visitors such as Queen Sylvia and co-hosting the Swedish Film Festival every year to raise greater cultural awareness. I have no doubt in that through this event, IHA will further contribute to strengthening between two nations. I am proud that IHA's Department of Economics is a partner organization for this symposium and this year's Nobel Prize Awards in Economic Sciences. With a long history of producing excellent scholars and with dedicated faculty who are actively leading the field in Korea, the Economics Department has always stood at the forefront of mainstreaming academic excellence and making significant impacts, not only in Korea, but across the world. I hope you will enjoy the symposium today. Opportunities such as these are rare, as it is not every day we have the chances to learn from renowned speakers such as Professor Choi Byung-il, President of Korea Foundation for Advanced Studies and Professor of IHA. I look forward to listening to their insights, as well as the vigorous panel discussion session to follow. I hope many of you will enjoy as well. Thank you.
Good morning and good evening, everyone. My name is Eva Weiberg, and I'm the president of the University of Gothenburg. I'm honored and proud that my university is part of this excellent Nobel Memorial Program. And I wish that I could have been with you in person to take part of the presentations. Due to the pandemic, this is of course not possible. The pandemic has brought us many challenges. Perhaps the most important of all for the higher education community is for us to preserve and nurture global conversations, like this one between Sweden and South Korea. The University of Gothenburg is a broad and comprehensive university with a strong research focus. One of our strongest research areas is within political science and in public opinion, democracy and elections. In this field of political science, there is also an established research collaboration with Yonsei University. The collaboration is also strong within education, where the university has exchanged 200 students with Korean universities over the years. We are hoping that this is only the beginning of an intensified collaboration in education and research with the Korean higher education community. The Nobel Prizes are the greatest celebrations of science. In the year of 2000, the same year when Kim Dae-jung from South Korea was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, Arvid Carlsson, Professor Emeritus at the University of Gothenburg, was one of 3 laureates in physiology medicine. A celebration of science, truth and facts, such as the Nobel Prizes, are of increased importance in challenging times when the international community must act jointly to fight a pandemic. It is with pleasure and pride I see the development of this joint collaboration between our two countries. I hope to meet you all in person in Korea during next year's Nobel Memorial Program.
KTH is happy to be partner in this event, and in times like this, it is even more important to keep connected. KTH is the oldest and largest technical university in Sweden with attractive education and world-leading research. KTH is an international university with some 30% of faculty having international background. Yearly, we have an inflow of about 1,000 international students. Korea is important to KTH for further exchange of students and more of excellent research collaborations. With KTH being an international leading engineering university, we'd like to deepen our collaboration as Korea is a world-leading nation in engineering and innovation. I see many similarities and mutual interests. I would like to see more Swedish students going to Korea to tap into the world-leading education and research, but also to learn more about the Korean culture. In the coming years, I'd like to see more research collaborations and more of academia-industry collaborations. Being a part of this Nobel Memorial Program, I just have to take the possibility to tell you about a real pride for KTH, Hannes Alfvén. He is our first but not last Nobel laureate. Professor Alfvén got the Nobel Physics Prize in 1970, and he is considered a pioneer in the field of plasma physics, and his discoveries play a crucial role in today's space research. I have visited Korea a couple of times, and it's a fascinating country. Already in 2013, I joined a delegation of Swedish rectors who visited a large number of excellent universities in the Seoul area. I have really enjoyed my stays. I was impressed by the high quality of the universities and the amazing labs for experimental research. I look forward to once again come back to Korea in real life. For us at KTH, this event is an opportunity to further engage KTH in deeper discussions to increase the ties with your wonderful country.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Lund University, it is an honor to welcome you today to this Nobel Memorial Symposia. As two of the world's most innovative countries, Sweden and South Korea have a great deal to learn from each other and many reasons to cooperate. Learn and cooperate on emerging technologies, digitalization and AI, and sustainability issues, to name just a few areas. South Korea inspires us in many ways. One example is the large investment in electric roads that Sweden is now making, such as the Evolution Road project here in Lund. This was all inspired by the work KAIST has done with inductive electric roads, the so-called OLEV project. So collaboration with South Korea is important to Lund University. Last year, we decided on an action plan for collaboration with Asia, and South Korea occupies a prominent place in this work. Here in Lund, we host two of the most advanced research infrastructure projects in Northern Europe, MAX4 and the European Spallation Source. Such facilities provide a strong foundation for furthering research cooperation with South Korea. It is my hope that the Nobel Memorial Symposia will stimulate increased scientific ties between our countries and between individual researchers. I am glad that you are joining us for this event, and I wish you all success.
Dear friends of Korea and Sweden, greetings from Umeå and Umeå University. My name is Hans Adolfsson and I'm the Vice Chancellor at Umeå University. And as the university, we are very happy to be part of the Swedish-Korean Nobel Memorial Program today. Umeå University has been collaborating with the Swedish Embassy in Seoul since 2013. We currently have 7 partner universities in Korea and would like to establish additional partnerships and to extend the relationships regarding research collaborations. Umeå University's strong research areas include, for example, global health, infection biology, plant and forest biotechnology, aging and population studies, and research connected to the Arctic regions. My personal professional background is within chemistry, and therefore I am especially proud that the groundbreaking discovery, which is awarded this year's Nobel Prize in Chemistry, began at a laboratory here at Umeå University. The CRISPR-Cas9 genetic scissors, one of the gene technology's sharpest tools, was discovered by Emmanuel Charpentier and Jennifer Doudna. At the time of the discovery, Emmanuel Charpentier was a group leader here at MIMS, the Laboratory of Molecular Infection Medicine Sweden, at our university, in fact, over there. She often mentions Umeå as a place where she really could focus on her research, and that it was a great platform for networking and sharing ideas. I personally had the opportunity to visit Seoul in 2014, and it was a great experience. Therefore, I also look forward visiting Korea again, and hopefully next year's Nobel Memorial Program can take place in Seoul. So, with that, enjoy today's meeting and do take care. Thanks.
Thank you very much for those words from universities in Sweden and in Korea, and they really confirm to us that Korea is important to Sweden. There's no hesitation about that. This session is about the economic sciences, the Nobel Memorial Prize in Economic Sciences. It's a special prize because in different ways it's the only one that's in the social sciences, and it's myself coming from the social sciences, I would say it's the most important of the Nobel Prize categories. For the reason that it awards achievements to understand and describe how we build the societies that we live in, and what could possibly be more important than that, I ask. Our first speaker will be Professor Olof Johansson Stenman. Economy is more than the utility-maximizing rational decision-maker, to Olof Johansson Stenman. People care greatly for things like equality, fairness, moral, social norms. And this is keeping Professor Johansson Stenman busy, and he will talk about the prize in economy and about how economics can contribute to a better world. A very warm welcome to Professor Olof Johansson Stenman.
Thank you for this introduction, and thank you all for organizing this. So good morning and good evening. I would just like to reiterate that it would of course have been even more fun and enjoyable being in Korea. I've been there 3 times before, and both Seoul and other places of Korea, and I've thoroughly enjoyed each of those times a lot. I will talk about economics for the greatest benefit to humankind. I'm Olof Johansson Stenman, Professor of Economics, including Behavioral, Public and Environmental Economics at the University of Gothenburg. So broadly, the structure of my talk will be as follows. I will start by saying something fairly brief about this year's Sveriges Riksbank Prize in Economic Sciences in memory of Alfred Nobel, as it is formally called, which I will refer to the Nobel Prize in Economics from now on. After that, I will talk about the role and importance of research in the economic sciences more broadly, and even more broadly in the social sciences, in order to contribute to a better world. Finally, I will say a little bit about different kinds of research and economics, including kinds that has been awarded the Nobel Prize, before concluding. So, as you all know, the Nobel Prize in Economics 2020 was awarded jointly to Professors Paul Milgrom and Robert Wilson for improvements to auction theory and inventions of new auction formats. They have thus studied very intensively how auction work and also how they ought to work. They have also used their insights to design new auction formats, both for goods, but also, and even more so, for services that are difficult to sell in a traditional way. For example, radio frequencies. As a consequence, their discoveries have benefited both sellers, buyers, but perhaps even more importantly, taxpayers around the world. I think it's fair to say that the first application was in 1994 when the US authorities first used one of their auction formats to sell radio frequencies to telecom operators. But since then, many other countries have followed in that development, and there are many examples of auctions like that. I think it is perhaps particularly interesting to note that, as is often the case in natural sciences, that their research started out with fundamental theory and later used their results in practical applications, which I don't think they really could have understood at the time when they made their more basic and fundamental discoveries. And these applications have then, as you know, then subsequently spread globally. And I would like to highlight the similarities with natural sciences in this regard. And there I think is well known. There is, of course, constantly almost a discussion whether it's too much or too little spent on basic sciences compared to applied sciences. I will not say much about that, but almost everybody realizes that also fundamental and basic sciences has a very important role to play, but I think it's less known within the social sciences, including the economic sciences, and I think that's a pity. I think it's very important that it becomes more well known that also in the social sciences it's important not only to focus on specific applications, because there are fundamental breakthroughs and method developments, etc., which are essential for those subsequent applications, and which are typically not known when the discoveries of those fundamental discoveries are made. So, what is economics or economic sciences really? That's a question that one might ask oneself, because quite often economists and of various kinds apply their knowledge and methods to all kinds of applications, and there is no doubt that the subject has been much broadened in recent years or even decades, meaning that the question what really is economics has been typically become more difficult to answer. Indeed, I would say it's often quite unclear whether certain research is economics, political science, psychology, archaeology, history, sociology, statistics, or something else. In my mind, this is a very positive development. It may be a little bit difficult to categorize things, and that may cause some problems for people in order to put labels on things, but overall I think it's very good that disciplinary borders are crossed increasingly, and I think it's scientifically sound that methodologies from different scientific disciplines, backgrounds and traditions are applied to similar problems. Beyond that, of course, sometimes it's furthermore very important to combine efforts from different disciplines and work together in a multi or transdisciplinary effort. But regardless of that, even when the scientific endeavor is taking place within a certain disciplines, I think it's sound that one should not feel that this is not my area or that is for someone else and so forth, regardless of which discipline we're talking about. Nevertheless, regardless of what we call it, economics or something else, is this kind of social science research really that important? Before answering this, I would like to highlight the enormous progress that has been made in the natural sciences. Indeed, I think it's fair to say that we now have scientific and technological knowledge to deal with and actually solve major challenges of the humankind, including the poverty issues. We know how to produce sufficient food on Earth, no doubt about that. Tropical diseases such as malaria, dengue fever, or what have you. We know basically how we could deal with that. Environmental problems, including climate change. We have technological solutions to take care of that. We don't apply it, but we have it. Natural resource scarcity. We know how to substitute natural resources to renewable ones to deal with that essentially. Yet, despite having sufficient knowledge in the natural science sense and technological capabilities, none of these problems is still solved. And some of them are actually getting worse over time as we speak. Thus, it is not sufficient with natural science knowledge. We also need systematic knowledge of the society at large, including what drives individual behavior, firm behavior, and different institutions, including the political systems. Consequently, I argue, we also desperately need the social and economic sciences. Of course, this does not mean that there are any sort of quick fix to solve all of those problems, but we need the knowledge and analysis. There are also some important social problems where natural science perhaps cannot contribute that much. We have problems of racism, political populism. Some would argue that it's increasing the problem of political populism around the world. Segregation, huge problems within many countries. And even more obvious examples such as wars, including the risk of nuclear wars. These are essential problems to deal with. Of course, no easy problem to solve by any means, but knowledge in dealing with them, in understanding the underlying mechanism and how to deal with them is essential. In some fields, the connections between natural and social sciences are particularly important, I think. You can think of problems such as antibiotic resistance, an increasing problem around the world, virus protection, not least important these days, of course, food regulation, how that would work, climate policy, issues such that where neither natural science nor social sciences by themselves are of course sufficient. We need the cooperation in order to deal with those problems in an effective way. Now I will talk a little bit of different kinds of economics within the economic sciences or economics. The quantitatively dominating part, and increasingly so in recent years and decades, is empirical. As you realize, I think empirical research is to some extent a larger challenge within the social sciences compared to natural sciences. It's harder to make controlled experiments, for example. I will come back to that issues. Some of the issues we are really important, that we really would like to measure, are very difficult to measure. And unfortunately, often the issues that we really care very much about are hard to measure. How does economic growth or GDP relate to higher education and research? That's obviously important. How does democracy relate to economic progress? Does growth decrease with the amount of redistribution through the tax system? Or maybe the other way around, and maybe it's context dependent. Many of those answers are in fact context dependent according to present research. And even more broadly, what are the most important determinants of human well-being? It's so clearly not only material well-being, right? But what should we aim at? maximizing in some broad sense. So there is often a trade-off, and what we can measure quite well are, unfortunately, often not the issues that we care very much about, but there are, of course, a great scale, a number of issues are important and possible to measure to various extent. As I mentioned, it is typically harder in the social sciences to conduct controlled experiments compared to natural sciences, although one should say that it is not always easy in the natural science either, of course. I mean, we can think of astronomy, for example, where clearly you cannot hardly, at least in most cases, you cannot make controlled experiments. Within the social sciences, it increasingly used controlled experiments of various kinds. Indeed, Vernon Smith got the Nobel Prize 2002 for having established laboratory experiments as a tool in empirical economic analysis, and since then, and even before then, it has grown dramatically the use of what we call laboratory experiments, which are not laboratory in a physical sense, but they are laboratory in the sense that you the motivation underlying experiments are, of course, the same as in the natural science. You would like to keep things constant that you're not directly measuring. That's the idea for experiments everywhere, and this is the idea also within the economic sciences and in the social sciences. There are, of course, pros and cons of that. There is, compared to the natural sciences, in the natural sciences, a molecule would hardly think, am I part of an experiment now? Maybe I will act differently than I would do otherwise. But there is a risk that human subjects would act like that. So there are other kinds of experiments as well taking place. In 2019, for example, the Nobel Prize in Economics was awarded to Esther Duflo, Brigitte Banerjee, and Michael Kremer for their work adapting the methods of what is called randomized control trials, a kind of field experiments, to the field of development, including problems related to starvation and also basic education, for example. And an advantage with this kind of experiment is that then you're adapting them without the subjects understanding that they are part of an experiment. So they would typically then behave in a more realistic way compared to how they would do otherwise. But there are, of course, pros and cons of many kinds. In fact, my conjecture is that we will also soon have a Nobel Prize related to so-called natural experiments or quasi-experiments, by which we mean methods to identify naturally occurring phenomena where data takes the form as if it would have been constructed by an experiment. We will see. That's my conjecture. And that's a field within the social sciences where there is much progress taking place in recent years, where the improvements, the possibilities to make causal inference are that's the major advantage compared to more controlled structural approaches. Also. Nevertheless, I would say empirical challenges in order to obtain causal relationships that we would like to have, of course, prevail. Okay. Perhaps contrary to common perception, much less resources are spent on forecasting the future. Sometimes economists get the rumor for being what sort of economists deal with, trying to predict the future, which is what very few economists or social sciences generally deal with, actually. And it's, of course, super difficult to do that. Yet, even though it is very difficult, it is also very important, not least in the long run. For example, what are the likely impacts in terms of climate change and corresponding social impacts, given that we follow certain policy trajectories worldwide? Those are super important questions, I argue, even though we, of course, realize that we will be wrong in our forecasts. It will be impossible to predict the future. But in order to contemplate and reflect over different possibilities depending on how we act today regarding the implications for the future, I think it's very important. Beyond empirical research, we also have research based on theoretical or deductive models, and even more so, I would say, compared to our sister social sciences. These models are often highly stylized in many dimensions in order to highlight some specific mechanism of interest. They are often useful to understand puzzles or patterns in the society that at first glance may be difficult to understand. A famous old one is the diamond water paradox. We all need water to survive. No one needs diamonds to survive. Still, diamonds are more expensive than water. Why is that? It may sound like a silly or trivial question, but it actually took quite some time before arriving is what is now thought of as being a roughly correct understanding of the underlying mechanisms. Other questions are, why is not the unemployment rate higher in countries where more robots are used? Since robots replace human beings in factories worldwide, one would think that where you use more robots, then you should have more unemployment, but that is typically not the case when you look at it empirically. Why is that? Of course, there are theories understanding that, but at the first glance, it's not obvious why, or might not be obvious. Returning to the global warming issues, one of the major challenges, of course, that we face as humanity today. Given the overwhelming scientific evidence of global warming, including insights that the problems can actually be solved at rather low or at least modest costs, how come we have not? It is many forecasts from IPCC, for example, would say if you would implement a carbon tax worldwide, that would be at the level of the Swedish CO2 tax for consumers today. We would solve it essentially. This is not taking place clearly. Why? Related to that, of course, William Nordhaus got the Nobel Prize 2018 for his work on integrating climate change into long-run macroeconomic analysis, explaining both in a sense why it's not taking place and how one could analyze it in order to gain insights in how to deal with that in a rational way. Another challenge or puzzle is the fact that according to the simple Heckscher-Ohlin model that you may have heard of, or the model of comparative advantages that almost everybody have heard of, I think, where the idea is that you have different comparative advantages in different countries, hence there is gains from trade due to that. And that would suggest that the more different countries are, the more gains would be achieved by trade. Yet, if you look at it empirically, it turns out that more similar countries are trading much more with each other compared to different countries. Why is that? It took some time to realize that as well, actually. Actually, there was also this insight, understanding that was, I think, a major reason why Paul Krugman got the Nobel Prize 2008 for his so-called new trade theory that could credibly explain why these related puzzles occur, based on very stylized, in some sense, sophisticated mathematical models, but very stylized and simplified frameworks in order to show the essence of this model, in order to understand the underlying puzzles. Moreover, in economics, we also have explicitly normative models. And that is also worth mentioning, I think. For example, how should the government's income tax system be structured, taking into account both distributional and incentive aspects simultaneously? Questions like that was, I think, a major reason why James Mirrlees was awarded the Nobel Prize in 1996 for his contribution to solving these problems analytically, or at least shed much light on these problems. And I think the benefits to humankind from the insights from this subset of literature is actually enormous, although of course very difficult to quantify. Similarly, how should environmental degradation be regulated or taxed? This, I think, might also be awarded prize in Paris in the not too distant future, but we will see. Another issue, should technological development and research, I mean, we're talking about universities, should they be subsidized? And if so, how and how much? And related to the price of this year, should the fifth generation licenses be auctioned, that are taking place all over the world now, right? And if they should be auctioned, how should they be done, related to, again, the price of this year? Now, in the broader sense, one might ask oneself, are such questions scientific, or are they simply political, or perhaps more philosophical? Can such analysis be intersubjective, as we call it, and hence replicable? I argue that the answer is yes. And the reason is that we will then have to start with explicitly assumed social objectives. That's just an assumption. And given explicit assumption, both about the behavior of different agents in the economy and society at large, any other researcher can replicate the deductive reasoning and the analysis. Hence, I do not argue that we should keep these type of questions for either solely for moral philosophy, although I think moral philosophy is an important insight into the scientific community, of course, including economics, nor do I think that we should say that these questions are not scientific, so the questions per se should be left to policymakers. It's sometimes argued that science should only say, if you do this and this, this might happen. If you do that, that will happen. Then the policymakers will choose. Of course, that is often the case. And this is, of course, an important part of science, to understand how things are, to answer the is questions or why questions, and not the ought question. So I, again, would like to emphasize that I agree with David Hume's famous statement, or what is assumed to say anyway, that you cannot derive an ought from an is. Nevertheless, we can make assumptions that make it possible also to systematically and scientifically answer ought questions, which are then, of course, dependent on the assumptions made, as all other theoretical research within science. Okay. So, finally and overall then, in my mind, there is no doubt that the economic sciences and social sciences more generally have a very important role to play. Perhaps we'll have an even more important roles to play in the future in applying a variety of scientific methods, where I have just touched upon a few actually, in order to contribute to a better world. Thank you very much for listening.
Oh, thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much for that expose. It was very interesting, and there were several questions that I would like to come back to in a while. But first I would like to introduce our second speaker today. Byung-Il Che is professor at Ewha Women's University, which is here where we are, but it's at the Graduate School of International Studies. But he's also, and more actively today, president of Korea Foundation for Advanced Studies. They are committed to promoting national growth through academic development. And among the things that they do are to send the brightest students to top international universities, which seems very worthwhile. Excuse me. President Che is very familiar with one of the two winners, Professor Milgram, from having worked with him in the US. We will now hear about the winners and about how their work manifests the spirit of economics to solve real-world problems. A most warm welcome to you, Professor Byung-Il Che. And please stand or sit as you feel is best, or English or Korean.
I will use both. 네, 감사합니다. 이화대학
Thank you very much. I am a professor at Ewha Women's University, and I have attended many conferences at this hall. But it's a great honor for me to be part of this Nobel Memorial Program held together with Sweden. I was the first Korean student to be taught by Professor Paul Milgram, and it's been 30 years. I still maintain my relationship as a mentor student, and also I am great friends with him. And I would like to talk about his personal side and also the great contribution that Professor Milgram made. So it was Professor Paul Milgram and Robert Wilson who were the Nobel laureate, and their teacher-student relationship. Professor Milgram was not interested in getting a degree. He graduated from Michigan University. He worked as an accountant and went to San Francisco to get a job. And he wanted to advance in his career, so he went to Stanford University. There, he met his mentor, Professor Robert Wilson. It was his first year of study, and Professor Wilson said, "You are such a brilliant student. Why don't you start your PhD program?" And so his life took a turn. And I don't know, maybe because of this, I call Professor Milgram by his first name. I call him Paul. He has achieved a lot. And it was possible because he was a great mathematician and he was a great theorist, but he also excelled in applying the theory to practice. And when the theory did not work in practice, he tried to revise the theory and applied it to problem solving. We are talking about economics, as was mentioned by Professor Stenman. Economic science, it is part of social sciences. We don't call humanities sciences. We don't include the word science in humanities. So how to define science and what is not science? When explaining a phenomenon and in anticipating a phenomenon, is there a set of tools? Is there a vocabulary set that can be used by the people? In that sense, I think the economics is science because there's the demand and supply, there's the concept of the market, and when the phenomenon happens, is it whether efficient or not? There's the concept of efficiency. All economic majors learn about efficiency, and the PhD programs in the US and in the UK train the students about the concept of efficiency. So when the economists look at a certain phenomenon, they know by reflex whether there is efficiency or not. So when we talk about auctions, the two Nobel laureates won the award for the auction theory. Auctions have been around as long as the humans have been around. In the monarchies, there was the slave market, and the slaves were traded by the auction system. And in many countries now, the mining rights and the exploration and production rights for oil, there are many ways of allocating the rights. You could give the right to someone who's close to power, or you could have the draw, or you could have the auction to designate the people to do the business. The auctions have been around because there have been many theories developed about the auction, and when the assets were sold off in auctions, there was the belief that there was this efficiency. And so Professors Milgram and Wilson pulled this off. When we talk about auctions, if we write it out in Korean, there is the Chinese characters competitive bidding. So if I want to get a product through an auction, I have to bid for a higher price. And when I write a higher price, then I fall into the winner's curse because the price is inflated. And in Korea in 2014, in the month of September, near the Samsung subway station, the land of KEPCO was auctioned. It was a closed, sealed bidding, and the land was awarded to Hyundai Motors, and they paid 3 times the land price that was appraised by the authority. And so the stock price of Hyundai Motors fell, and 6 years have passed, and their stock prices have not recovered. Of course, in the long run, they did write down a price far more expensive than the appraisal price, and so they could come out as a winner, creating more value. The economics is a political economy, and in Korea, economics is considered as a body of knowledge that can save the people from economic turmoil. The economists should not concentrate too much on political economy, and they should not just focus on the theoretical aspect, researching locked up in their ivory towers. And so they lose their sense of reality. At the Korea Foundation of Advanced Studies, we were thinking of the same thing. I wanted to inspire more Korean scholars, and KFAS has produced 800 plus PhD graduates, and we have produced a video, The Way to Stockholm. KFAS has a YouTube channel, and I am explaining the auction theory to one of the students who came to interview me. The major contribution of Professors Paul Milgram and Robert Wilson is in the frequency bidding. The frequencies allow the smartphones to work. They're invisible, but without the resources, we cannot use the phones. The frequencies are owned by the government, and who should the government give the frequency rights to? In the 1980s, the same question arose, and the same question arose again in the 1990s. In the beginning, what they did in the US was the Federal Communication Commission, FCC, in the 1980s had given out the frequencies through lottery. They thought it was the most fair method. And I returned to Korea, and I was advisor to the Minister of Information and Communication, and Korea was interested in frequencies. And so many companies wanted to own the frequencies to be able to become a telecom operator. And the Korean government asked the companies to submit business documents, and the business proposals were reviewed. And in return, the frequencies were allocated. As an advisor and as an economist, I proposed the idea of auction, and the response I got was, auctions are all about rich people buying things for a higher price, and it's not fair. So people did not trust the auction system. And fast forward 2020, Korea is auctioning off frequencies. And so the economists used the economics to solve real-world problems, and that's how the scene has changed. Professor Milgram's way of auctioning radio frequencies. Why was this innovative? In 1994, when FCC auctioned the frequencies, they divided the U.S. into different blocks, and they did the simultaneous multiple round auction to reduce the winner's curse. It meant that more people remained in the auction, and the government could also raise more profits. So it benefited all the players. It was not perfect from the very beginning. Paul said that there are so many unexpected variables, and every time he came across that, he fixed them. He was humble and he was open to changing and bending his ideas and theories. And he was a great advisor, a mentor, and he also taught me the importance of group work. This picture is 11 years ago. This is the residence of Professor Milgram. The young gentleman is my son. He graduated from UC Berkeley, and it was after his graduation ceremony, I went to Berkeley to attend my son's graduation, and Professor Milgram found out, and he said he will throw a party. And so we went to his residence near Stanford, 1 hour away from Berkeley. I came back to Korea in 1989, but he still inspires me to this day. I had studied game theory and informatics. I was always interested in trade negotiation and telecom issues, and I applied economics learning to real-world problems. And Professor Milgram said that you are a student who is not putting to practice the game theory and the auction theory, but he always praised me for being innovative, and I was inspired. Other than auction theory, Professor Milgram has made contributions. I was lucky enough. I was taught by Professor Schiller, Professor Tobin, and Professor Nordhaus. They're all Nobel economic laureates, and I was lucky to listen to their classes. And Professor Milgram and Bengt Thompson, his colleague in MIT, in the 1980s when they were young economists, in the US there was the information economics revolution that was taking place. And what this was when there was an auction, how much value does this product have to me? Then I can participate in the auction. But if I want to win the bid, I also have to know what the others are offering as their bidding price. Everyone has this asymmetrical information, so people have different levels of expectations. And this is the strategic competition, and this element was reflected in his theory, and this became game theory. And looking at the organization, there's the hierarchical structure. At the embassy, there's the ambassador, and then the counselor, and the staff. And so when there is a decision to be made, the ambassador's decisions, will the staff and the counselors know everything? If everything was known, maybe people will not be telling the truth, and the facts may be inflated, and there could be abuse and misallocation of assets and resources, and that is the core of economics. The economics theory before the 1980s, they put aside the information asymmetry. They didn't think that was important. And the reason being maybe they didn't have the tools to research that. But Professor Wilson and Milgram, they began to study and prioritize the information asymmetry. And Professor Milgram has done a lot of research on auction theory, and one of the books came out titled Putting Auction Theory to Work. When Professor Milgram came to Korea 10 years ago, I think he was reminded of the information economics revolution. I listened to his lecture for the first time advanced economics in Yale, and there was a big round table in a large lecture hall, and there were more professors than students. And there were law school professors, business school professors, and economics professors. Why were the professors there listening to a lecture? Because they felt that there was a paradigm shift, to quote Thomas Kuhn. They wanted to use that in their theories. I think that's the difference between the Western scholars and the Korean scholars. The Korean scholars are too busy. We have to meet the deadlines, write papers, and they cannot think out of their routine work. But the pioneers, even though they're busy, the advanced scholars, they want to learn, they want to get ahead, and they want to increase and deepen their study. And I think I made a contribution in that regard. Professor Milgram's exam, I was the only one taking the exam. Many students dropped out, and of course the professors don't take tests. But I didn't do well on the final exam. I had so many questions, and Professor Milgram always welcomed me, the student with the most questions. And so I became his favorite student. I was not a super smart student. I was the student with the most number of questions. And so Professor Milgram wrote this in the book for Byung-il, who was there at the start. So I was there at the scene of the information economics revolution. I showed this to my friends when I started the YouTube channel, and they said this book will sell for a very expensive price if you auction it, and I put it aside very safely in my bookcase. I have a very unique experience. When the Korean professors retire at the age of 65, the students get together and they throw a celebration party, and we provide the collected papers to the professor. And surprisingly, in the U.S., there is also the retirement party for the professors. When Professor Milgram reached the age of 65, the colleagues threw him a retirement party. So what they did was, for one night and 2 days, the people gathered to read papers and discuss their latest findings, and I was invited. I gave him a present. It was a nameplate made in mother of pearl, and his name was written in English and in Korean in the back. And Professor Milgram told me that this nameplate is in his office where everyone can see it. At 2 a.m., they heard the news that they won the Nobel laureate, and when they woke up, they put on their masks and they posed in front of the camera. When you search on the YouTube, there's this gray-haired man knocking on the door. You may not understand because you would think that he was one of the nominees and he would have his phone turned on and expecting the Nobel Prize. And the Nobel Prize was long overdue. Paul Milgram's colleagues had received Nobel Prize. And Professor Robert Wilson is a nice guy who loves his students, who is a mentor. And Professor Wilson's final exam was too difficult. Out of a perfect score of 100, the students would get 10 points at best. The two professors were co-winners of Nobel Economics Prize, and this was great news, and there was praise. The four gentlemen here are all Nobel laureates. Bob Wilson, he's 80-something, and the rest are his students from Stanford. and Elvin Ross in 2011 for mapping theory. And on the right side, Van Holmstrom from MIT. And then there's Paul Milgram. They're all student-teacher relationship. They're great economists. But they're greater than great economists. They began something. They have begun the information economics, and they're solving real-world problems. And they know how the theories work in the real world. And so, in congratulating Professor Milgram's Nobel Prize, I would like to inspire the young Korean scholars. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Shea. That was very interesting thank you for sharing this personal experience of yours with Professor Milgram. I think that's very important. And I'm going to have some questions about the significance of of having a research partner that you're working close with as well. But first, I'm inviting to the stage a guest that is joining us for the panel discussion. And I'm very happy to introduce to you Professor In-sil Lee. She's a professor of economics at Sogang University. Professor Yi has also worked in a public agency and in the industry, so you have a broad background, which is an important ability to have. Important to have that kind of experience as an economist, I can imagine. You're very welcome, Professor Yi. Hi, very nice to have you here.
앉아서 할까요?
Please.
Should I sit down?
네, 안녕하세요. 방금 소개받은 서강대.
Good afternoon. My name is Lee In-sil. I'm from Seogang University. And Professor Choi talked about many topics. And when I was leaving the country to study for my PhD, my father told me that I should win the Nobel Prize in Economics. But 4 of the professors from whom I have learned have won the Nobel Prize. And I also was in these lectures when they had won the prize. And what I would like to share with you briefly is, so Professor Choi was speaking a bit about economics in Korea. But myself, I'm a woman. There are so few women economists in around the world, and I'm also a very rare woman Korean economist. And I believe that there are less than 5 women economic professors before myself. So when I first joined the university, I thought I would be teaching students. But before I became a professor, I went through different research institutions at banks and other associations, and my fifth occupation was at the university. So I have went through many different occupations, and right now I'm a professor. So that was a rather longer than expected introduction of myself.
I appreciate that very much. Can I ask you, as a first question, a very straightforward perhaps, we haven't yet seen a Nobel Prize, a winner in the Nobel Memorial Prize from Korea or even from Asia. The closest, I think, is Grameen Bank. He started Mohammed Yunus, but he was awarded a prize in peace. How is that? Do you have a comment?
제가 아까 말씀드린 것처럼 저도 노벨상을
Yes, as I said earlier, I wanted to become a laureate myself, but I found that this was not going to be very possible. This study of economics has begun in the West, so that's how it is structured. And the Korean economy has only become one of the top 10 or 12 economies in the world fairly recently. So making theories and applying those theories, it requires quite a long period of time. And in that regard, South Korea and other Asian countries would have had a harder time to develop really significant theories compared to Western countries. But currently, in terms of purchasing power parity, China has already surpassed the United States. And to take that into account, I believe that maybe the Nobel Economics Prize will come from Asia or Korea.
So Stenman, is this something that you have considered as well, that you have thought about?
Well, I think it's within the social sciences. It is the case that actually U.S. is quite dominating, I would say, not least within economics. So it is partly, I guess, related to that this is a strong economy. I would not think it's primarily due to the fact that it's a strong economy. They have had a university system which is fairly open and structured in the sense that has fostered important contributions. So I think in a longer run perspective that we will see a more spread of laureates around the world, partly due to integration and cooperation around the world, also global cooperation between, for example, Korean researchers, American ones, Korean and European ones, and so forth, and that major contributions will come out of that. I would also like to say that there are many prominent economists with an Asian heritage, including Korean one, not least working in U.S. actually. So if you look at the top achievers in the United States, also within economics, there is a substantial fraction of those, I would say, with a heritage from Asia, suggesting that it's, I think, the university system to some extent that is important. And that is in itself, of course, the restructuring in Asia, not least in China, but also in Korea to some extent, and so forth. So I think we will see a broader set of winners, but also in the gender perspective, actually. And I do think it increases rather rapidly the fraction of female economists around the world, and has done so for some time now. And I think there's time lag, of course, from that to Nobel laureates, but I think there too that will be over time a more even distribution.
Professor Che, it seems to me that Korea is a very interesting experimental market for economy, considering the fantastic economic development we have seen over the last decades, and also there is a strong academic tradition in Korea. There's a very strong wanting to learn and to test and to do things. How would you say is the standard of the economics science, the economics research in Korea? I'm guessing you would need to have track on that, since you are sending people out into the world in important areas.
네, 그 질문 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for the question. Professor Lee is my senior by a few years. When I entered university, the economics professors at the time could be divided into two groups. The first group has been taught and trained in Korea and or Japan. They would disseminate their knowledge using their lecture notes. It's an imitation of knowledge dissemination. My generation of professors have gone to the top universities. In 1 year, 5 to Stanford, 5 to Yale, and 3 to Harvard. So my peers and my juniors by a few years, they have become more ambitious, and they began to be accepted into top schools, and they studied non-traditional fields, and they did econometrics, and many remained in the U.S. And with lofty causes, they came back to Korea. They didn't just imitate. They added their own flavor. They taught with their own style. And I think this is directly connected to the Korean economic development. In the 60s and in the 70s, Korea was walking down a journey without a map, and we followed the way of the Japanese economic development. And then there were people who studied abroad in the US. They followed the industrial policies, but there was the will to economize, and the property rights and the contracts were considered important. And so I think the Korean economics advanced. And now in phase 3, the juniors, well, there's a lack of depth. But many are competing in the Major League Baseball, to make the analogy. And so the current status is we have to branch out and we have to grow further. But my diagnosis is we are stuck. The Korean economy has grown, but there's the internal conflicts that are surfacing. In the Korean economics, it was efficiency driven and economic growth driven. That was the mainstream. And now people are conflicting. Poverty, social divide, income equality, minimum wage. These were not considered the strong points in mainstream economics. So what I expect from my peers and from my students is you cannot learn it from others' data. It's Korea's own problem, and we have to gather our data. So I think that's where we're struggling at the point. If we can overcome this, I think we can open a new horizon in Korean economics. Otherwise, it will be difficult. In the long term, I am optimistic, but I think in the short term, it is going to be difficult. I am teaching at Ewha Women's University, but the professors are busy trying to fill the score for the annual citation, and they have to publish in impactful journals, and they have to conduct joint studies in 2 or 3 years, but they don't have the assets and the resources. And so I think this is a serious issue. Professor Wilson and Paul Milgram, what they did was mechanism design. It was an issue of designing the mechanism to solve problems. And the people, they just assume that there is a market. And we have to create a market with our brain without designing the mechanism. And this does not involve just economics. It's inclusive of social sciences and political sciences. And if the social scientists can contribute, then I think there will be good integration of different disciplines.
Yeah. Could I add on to that point? So I fully agree with the reality that Professor Choi is describing, but I would like to add on a more hopeful note. So I was the president of the Korea Economic Society until February this year, and we had a lot of communication going out to scholars and a lot of events, and I saw a lot of hope in the field. So many academics are under the pressure to get tenure and get promotions, but currently the world is very much interested in the Korean economy, and more people are taking a long-term view. I believe that many other professors, like yourself, are working to solve these issues, and I think we are seeing some fruit from those efforts. And in particular, comparing the quality coming from papers from countries like China, even though the quality of papers from China might not be as much as one would expect, there's so much interest in Chinese economy, so many people will be reading them.
But in contrast, Korea, to get published in a prominent journal, you have to be really strategic and political to get published because there is relatively less interest in the Korean economy. But now we're seeing better data, and computer science and data science advancements are helping our research, and we're also working hand in hand with Chinese researchers. So there is more possibility, there's more potential for Korean economists and scholars to be able to contribute to scholarship around the world. And I was earlier speaking about the possibility of a Korean Nobel Economics Prize winner, and I think that's going to come sooner than one would expect.
Hopeful. And I'm reading in a little bit in all of your replies and also your presentations that it's not only about the scientific challenges, the scientific problem, it's also about societal challenges where nobody mentioned the Sustainable Development Goals, but Professor Stenman, you mentioned many of the 17 different goals as issues worthy to address, and you ended with a wrinkle between your eyes saying, why is that? That's a wonderful query-driven approach, I think. But I'm getting the impression also that there is some consensus among you that economic science is moving in the direction of policy or taking an interest in policy and what the effects of the learnings, the knowledge, the results can be, what they can have, such as the results by Professor Milgrom and his colleague that has had a very, very specific utility in society. And Professor Stenman, you were talking about moving in this harder direction for a more objective understanding in economic sciences. Are we actually moving in such a direction? And is teaching at universities also supporting this? And are students interested in this? Is this the general trend in the economic sciences?
They are very broad questions, of course. Generally, I would say, starting with the students, they are, I would say, earlier on in their development than their teachers, such as us, in I think overall demanding policy-relevant issues, dealing with the broad social challenges. I also think research-wise, we are often earlier than teaching. There is often a time lag when things sort of are transformed from research to textbooks, etc. So there is a time lag. I think generally there is a role for self-reflection and also self-criticism that I think, as a discipline, and I think that actually holds for all social sciences, are sometimes too slow, too much inward-looking, in order to, and that we should focus even more on the large global challenges that faces the world today. And of course, there are research like that for sure within all social sciences. But if I sometimes make a thought experiment, if someone would come from a galaxy far away, coming to Sweden, coming to the Earth, and they would reflect, they would look into overall the amount of science taking place, including social science, and then they would look at how much resources are spent on different issues. I think their conclusion would be that it's surprising that such a relatively minor part is actually spent on what most people would agree on being the overall very large global challenges that we face today. So there is, I think it's moving in the right direction, but it could be faster.
Is it in Korea also moving towards the Sustainable Development Goals, and are students also pushing the teachers in front of them, requiring this attention to these areas? Yeah.
I'd like to share my opinion. The university education exactly for that reason, is failing. It's becoming like the old days. When I was an economics student, I was frustrated because there were issues, economic issues outside the classroom in the 1970s and in the 1980s. And then inside the classrooms, there were advanced theories being taught, and the discrepancy between the two was too wide, and I was lost. I think similar things are happening. The economics curriculum in the universities are designed to be conservative, and so the issues of the times, the inequality, sustainability, income divide, and the major companies in Korea, they consider ESG as important agenda. But in the universities, when teaching social sciences and economics, it's only in the senior year, only in seminars. There is no intense debate. It's just a passive class. And so the students will not be aware, and they won't be well trained and have their thoughts organized. And they become a citizen not being aware of such real world issues. And there's a demand for that, and then there's resistance. Just looking at sustainable development in itself, is this going in the right direction? There is no question about it, but how to get there and how much will it cost? This can be solved by the economics. You can explore options, calculate cost and benefits, and so you need to use the economic tools to solve the problems. But this is not being taught in universities. And if the universities cannot do this, then somebody else will. And that somebody, with the objective evidence, it could be a political and activist. I hope that it does not fall into the wrong hands. So what makes the difference? I think that will be the barometer telling how sound and how healthy the society is. I talked about economics solving real-world problems, and Professor Lee talked about how Korea's economics compare with the other countries. Economics is a social science. We have to realize that. When we research the economics, it's not simple enough to just explain it with the supply and demand graph. It's the whole society's problem. And we have to collaborate with the political, social, anthropological students and professors. We need to have interdisciplinary collaboration. But in Korea and in many universities around the world, they only go deep in their own discipline. And so the academic reality and the political realities are too much divided. Then we may not be able to attain sustainable development. As an economist, I guess I am only painting gloomy pictures. But if you directly stare into the gloom, you may see the light at the end.
Yes, to strike that right balance, I would like to provide the sunny side. So as an economist, of course, this is something that I regret myself as well. Compared to the past, in particular, in Korean economics community, how economics are going to be applied. I'm speaking from my own experience, but I do believe that things are improving. Currently, Korean politics is very much undervaluing economics, and as an economist, I'm very frustrated. However, recently, interdisciplinary joint research, a lot of this is taking place.
if I speak for myself, I'm now beyond filling up a number of citations and churning out papers each year. I speak and work with a lot of people who are not economists, and I learn very much discussing with them. And I believe that it is the same for other economists as well. And here on this panel, we see that these panelists themselves are suggesting many solutions across diverse areas. And economics is a very structured area of academia. So a lot of more time is spent on debate and discussion instead of rote learning. It's more about discussion and more interactive learning. And I believe that there will be much change when we go through this COVID-19 pandemic. In particular, on the school front, we will see much change.
I would like to see if we have any questions from the audience that can be put up on the screen. Oh, several questions. So which one should we pick? Oh, if you, the third question from top, if you could share your thoughts on why economics has taken this male-dominant characteristic. Professor Lee, can I direct this question to you?
네. 제가 그렇지 않아도 이 부분에 대해서 장시간 굉장히 고민을 많이 했고.
I had given this a lot of thought, and so I founded the Women Economics Association, and male economists are asking, why is there no male economics association, and why do the female scholars have your association? Well, economics itself, it has the household as one of the agencies, and the assumption is the agencies are mostly male-oriented. And so the female gender inclusive economics is necessary, and a lot of effort is being made in that direction. So with that perspective, women's welfare is considered important. Low fertility is also a big issue, and economics has been male dominant, and so we have to come up with solutions. I consider this as a serious issue. So female and male economists, I think we have to have a balanced view so they won't come to the same conclusion.
Thank you. We are drawing to a close. I can see that...
Can I
yeah, please, go ahead, Olof.
Very briefly on that. I think there is, I agree with the reflections, but I also think there is, as economics has broadened in recent years, that in itself has implied, or at least is correlated with an increased share of women in economics. And if you look at the share of female researchers within subfields such as environmental economics, behavioral economics, health economics, development economics, labor economics, you see a substantially higher share of female economists there compared to sort of traditional fields, in a sense, that you would the disciplines were dominated by, let's say, 40 years ago. So I think there is, for that reason too, and that goes in my mind, that both are sound development, both the fact that we have the discipline is broadened, but also that in itself also, I think, contributes to reducing the unfortunate male dominance within economics.
I think we will need to leave it at that. That's the last question. We are already over time, and I would like to have some words also from the ambassador. But please, thank you so very much, Professor Olof Johansson Stenman, Professor Byung-Il Che, and Professor In-Sil Lee. Thank you so much for taking your time to be here today. And I will leave the floor and the word and the microphone and the standing pulpit to Ambassador Jakob Hallgren. We can walk this way. to give some closing remarks.
Well, everybody, I hope and I think that you all agree with me that that was an extremely rich and fascinating discussion, how economic and social sciences are so intimately tied to human well-being. So I'd really like to thank the panelists, Mr. Olof Johansson Stenman, Mr. Byung-il Shea, and Ms. Insil Lee Ji for those extremely interesting both presentations, and I think also, and I think you agree with me, the discussion afterwards. I think this was quite a strong case for what was said in Alfred Nobel's will, which is that the prizes, even though this is a prize in the memory of Alfred Nobel, should benefit mankind. And whether this has to do with how we devise policies as governments which are equal or leads to equity, or whether it addresses some of the existential issues of our time, and that was also alluded to within the Sustainable Development Goals, etc. So thank you so much for that. And this draws our second part of today's Nobel Memorial Program and Symposium to an end, but we're not done yet. In a little less than 1.5 hours at 1900 here in Korea, and at 11 o'clock in the morning in Central European time in Swedish, we will continue, and then we will continue with literature, the Nobel Prize in Literature. Quite exciting. So for those of you who are leaving us now, thank you so much, but if you have the slightest interest in literature, please stay tuned and come back to us then. Thank you very much. Kamsahamnida.
Warmly welcome to the Sweden-Korea Nobel Memorial Program. This is the last session of 3 today, and we welcome you here. On the website, you can choose to follow a stream in Korean or to follow it in English. You can also put your questions on the Slido function on the website if you would like to. But first, before we start, or as starting, I would like to invite to the stage the Ambassador of Sweden to the Republic of Korea, Jakob Hallgren.
Thank you, Dr. Hector, Anders, my dear colleague. Great to see you all. We are now, as Dr. Hector said, starting the third symposia today under the Nobel Memorial Program 2020. This is an inaugural program. It is the first time we organize this at the Embassy of Sweden in Seoul with great partners. And now we are going to talk about literature and the award to Louis Gluck in this year of 2020. And the subtitle of this session is How Can Literature Help Us Make Sense of the World? So I expect that we will hear from some eminent Korean and Swedish scholars and experts in the field about Louise Gluck and her works, but maybe also about the role of literature in society, what it signifies, and to what extent it can maybe be transformative or help us understand things that we normals might otherwise not put words on, and open new words. So this is intended to be an event for experts, but also for the normal, very curious human being like me and others. And I think this afternoon has really proven how incredibly interesting and important research and science can be. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our esteemed partners, both in Korea and in Sweden. You will hear from some of them soon. And really, without your support, this would not have been possible. Thank you so much for that. And also you in the audience, it's great. You've been with us, some of you, I'm sure, the whole afternoon, and some of you are maybe newcomers. It's so inspiring with the questions. Now, I hope you all feel comfortable and ready, because now let's open the Symposia of Literature. Thank you. Kamsahamnida.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And I also would like to invite to the stage a very important and valued partner to the embassy in conducting the Symposia on Literature, which is the LTI Korea, the Literature Translation Institute of Korea. I'm very happy to introduce to you the president of LTI Korea, Sa-in Kim, himself a published poet and literature critic, a professor of creative writing, and so much more, as a long-time active and respected figure of the Korean literary world. President Sa-in Kim, the most warm welcome to you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I am the president of Literature Translation Institute of Korea, Kim Sa-in. As you may well know, the Nobel Prize in Literature has been awarded since 1901 with anticipation of the future of science and yearnings for world peace as its two main axes. The Prize for Economics was later established. The efforts of the Swedish government supporting the spirit of the Nobel Prize for more than a century to this day have made it an honor that all the world looks forward to. And the Nobel Prize in Literature is particularly special. As a representative of the arts and humanities, not philosophy or general scholarship, but the product of modern civil society, namely the art of literature, is celebrated by the Nobel Prize. In other words, this makes it clear that works of literature are the most crucial embodiment of modern human psyche. Throughout the 20th century, modern world literature has been upheld, disseminated, and transformed by the Nobel Prize in Literature, without doubt. In that regard, the Nobel Prize is the institution that encapsulates with most clarity the values and aspirations of the modern era since the Renaissance. Uncertainties in our future outlook are yet again plaguing us today. Nevertheless, I hope today's program will start as serving as a platform to share insights on this year's laureate and also on ways to encourage more literary exchange between Korea and Sweden, and further to the role of literature and how the Nobel Literature Prize helps diversify literature in Korea, and further on to the future of literature for humankind and other worthy discussions as well. Lastly, I would like to extend my thanks to the many institutions and people who have made efforts to make this event possible, and also the audience from Sweden and Korea who are joining us despite the late hour on a weekday night. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Kim, President Kim. I would like next to address 5 of our valued partners, 4 universities in Sweden and 1 university here, Iowa Women's University, which is the venue where we are. These partners are tremendously important to us, as Ambassador Hallgren mentioned, for the international cooperation between Sweden and Korea. The ones that I will be introducing are the following. The president of Iowa Women's University, Hae-Suk Kim, and president of University of Gothenburg, Eva Wiberg, followed by the president of the KTH Royal Institute of Technology, Sigbrit Karlsson, the vice chancellor of Lund University, Torbjörn von Schantz, and the president of Umeå University, Hans Adolfsson. Please enjoy these messages from them and listen carefully because they have very important messages for us.
On behalf of the Iowa community, I would like to take this opportunity to sincerely welcome everyone to this online conference, Sweden-Korea Nobel Memorial Program. I would also like to convey our sincere appreciation to the Swedish Embassy in Korea for organizing this event. Korea has had a long-standing and bountiful relationship with Sweden since 1959. It is thus extremely meaningful that our 2 nations are collaborating on organizing an event for the first time in Korea to commemorate and celebrate the invaluable significance of the Nobel Prize. It's an honor for Iowa to be playing a pivotal role in this monumental event. Iowa has continuously interacted with Swedish institutions in various ways. We have welcomed many Swedish students to our campus and sent our students to Sweden. Iowa also has had the pleasure of welcoming distinguished visitors such as Queen Sylvia and co-hosting the Swedish Film Festival every year to raise greater cultural awareness. I have no doubt in that through this event, Iowa will further contribute to strengthening bonds between 2 nations. IWA has many remarkable alumni in the field of literature who have enriched and inspired many readers around the world, such as Ms. Jo Nam-ju, best-selling author of Kim Ji-young, born 1982, a novel that was translated into 12 different languages and read by many around the world. Earlier this year, in March, an IWA graduate became Korea's first children's book author to win the Astrid Lindgren Memorial Award, a prominent award established in 2002 by the Swedish government in the area of children's literature. We are currently living in an era that has never been more challenging for universities, especially in the field of literature, but IWA has remained committed to its mission, educating women to excel in the field. It is thus my hope that one day IWA will have the honor of proudly presenting one of our own graduates as a Nobel laureate in the field of literature. I hope you all enjoyed the symposium of this year's Nobel Prize for Literature. This year's recipient, Ms. Louisa Gulick, an American poet, is one of only 16 women to receive the award. From the vibrant panel discussion that will take place and from experts from both Korea and Sweden, I hope the audience would be able to gain greater insight into this year's award. Thank you.
Good morning and good evening, everyone. My name is Eva Weiberg, and I'm the president of the University of Gothenburg. I'm honored and proud that my university is part of this excellent Nobel Memorial Program, and I wish that I could have been with you in person to take part of the presentations. Due to the pandemic, this is of course not possible. The pandemic has brought us many challenges. Perhaps the most important of all for the higher education community is for us to preserve and nurture global conversations, like this one between Sweden and South Korea. The University of Gothenburg is a broad and comprehensive university with a strong research focus. One of our strongest research areas is within political science and in public opinion, democracy and elections. In this field of political science, there is also an established research collaboration with Yonsei University. The collaboration is also strong within education, where the university has exchanged 200 students with Korean universities over the years. We are hoping that this is only the beginning of an intensified collaboration in education and research with the Korean higher education community. The Nobel Prizes are the greatest celebrations of science. In the year of 2000, the same year when Kim Dae-jung from South Korea was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, Arvid Carlsson, Professor Emeritus at the University of Gothenburg, was one of 3 laureates in physiology medicine. A celebration of science, truth and facts, such as the Nobel Prizes, are of increased importance in challenging times when the international community must act jointly to fight a pandemic. It is with pleasure and pride I see the development of this joint collaboration between our 2 countries. I hope to meet you all in person in Korea during next year's Nobel Memorial Program.
KTH is happy to be partner in this event, and in times like this, it is even more important to keep connected. KTH is the oldest and largest technical university in Sweden with attractive education and world-leading research. KTH is an international university with some 30% of faculty having international background. Yearly, we have an inflow of about 1,000 international students. Korea is important to KTH for further exchange of students and more of excellent research collaborations. With KTH being an international leading engineering university, we'd like to deepen our collaboration as Korea is a world-leading nation in engineering and innovation. I see many similarities and mutual interests. I would like to see more Swedish students going to Korea to tap into the world-leading education and research, but also to learn more about the Korean culture. In the coming years, I'd like to see more research collaborations and more of academia-industry collaborations. Being a part of this Nobel Memorial Program, I just have to take the possibility to tell you about the real pride for KTH, Hannes Alfvén. He is our first but not last Nobel laureate. Professor Alfvén got the Nobel Physics Prize in 1970, and he is considered a pioneer in the field of plasma physics, and his discoveries play a crucial role in today's space research. I have visited Korea a couple of times, and it's a fascinating country. Already in 2013, I joined a delegation of Swedish rectors who visited a large number of excellent universities in the Seoul area. I have really enjoyed my stays. I was impressed by the high quality of the universities and the amazing labs for experimental research. I look forward to once again come back to Korea in real life. For us at KTH, this event is an opportunity to further engage KTH in deeper discussions to increase the ties with your wonderful country.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Lund University, it is an honor to welcome you today to this Nobel Memorial Symposia. As two of the world's most innovative countries, Sweden and South Korea have a great deal to learn from each other and many reasons to cooperate. Learn and cooperate on emerging technologies, digitalization and AI, and sustainability issues, to name just a few areas. South Korea inspires us in many ways. One example is the large investment in electric roads that Sweden is now making, such as the Evolution Road project here in Lund. This was all inspired by the work KAIST has done with inductive electric roads, the so-called OLEV project. So collaboration with South Korea is important to Lund University. Last year, we decided on an action plan for collaboration with Asia, and South Korea occupies a prominent place in this work. Here in Lund, we host two of the most advanced research infrastructure projects in Northern Europe, MAX4 and the European Spallation Source. Such facilities provide a strong foundation for furthering research cooperation with South Korea. It is my hope that the Nobel Memorial Symposia will stimulate increased scientific ties between our countries and between individual researchers. I am glad that you are joining us for this event, and I wish you all success.
Dear friends of Korea and Sweden, greetings from Umeå and Umeå University. My name is Hans Adolfsson and I'm the Vice Chancellor at Umeå University. And as the university, we are very happy to be part of the Swedish-Korean Nobel Memorial Program today. Umeå University has been collaborating with the Swedish Embassy in Seoul since 2013. We currently have 7 partner universities in Korea and would like to establish additional partnerships and to extend the relationships regarding research collaborations. Umeå University's strong research areas include, for example, global health, infection biology, plant and forest biotechnology, aging and population studies, and research connected to the Arctic regions. My personal professional background is within chemistry, and therefore I am especially proud that the groundbreaking discovery, which is awarded this year's Nobel Prize in Chemistry, began at a laboratory here at Umeå University. The CRISPR-Cas9 genetic scissors, one of the gene technology's sharpest tools, was discovered by Emmanuelle Charpentier and Jennifer Doudna. At the time of the discovery, Emmanuelle Charpentier was a group leader here at MIMS, the Laboratory of Molecular Infection Medicine Sweden, at our university. In fact, over there. She often mentions Umeå as a place where she really could focus on her research, and that it was a great platform for networking and sharing ideas. I personally had the opportunity to visit Seoul in 2014, and it was a great experience. Therefore, I also look forward visiting Korea again, and hopefully next year's Nobel Memorial Program can take place in Seoul. So, with that, enjoy today's meeting and do take care. Thanks.
Thank you very much for these welcoming words from our valued partners, and we know that they would prefer to be here live, but that will have to wait until next year. I'm very happy now to introduce to you Annelies Brännström Öhman. She is professor in literary studies and gender studies at Umeå University, which was the latest speaker as well. Professor Brännström Öhman is the author of several books, essays, and articles. Her research has primarily been on love in the Swedish 20th century novels, feminist theory, and creative academic writing. Please give a very warm welcome to you, Professor Anneli Brännström Öhman.
Thank you very much. So I will share some thoughts on this year's Nobel laureate, Louise Glück, in literature. She has been awarded the Nobel Prize in Literature 2020 for her, and I quote, unmistakable poetic voice that with austere beauty makes individual existence universal, unquote. But first of all, I want to give my thanks to the organizing committee of this Nobel laureate event, quite unique in its ambition to open up a time space for the exchange of reading experiences and poetical challenges in the works of this year's Nobel Prize winner in literature, the American poet Louise Glück. In itself, this is an event of pure luxury for all of us who read, write, research or translate poetry, because poetry is, despite praise of critics and its status in the history of literature, the seldom read genre, the genre of shared loneliness, the writers and the readers alike, working just as much with slowness and silences as carefully selected words and emotions. Or, to quote the I'm sorry, I cannot change my slides here. I have to pause a little.
We are looking here.
Wrong. Oh, here.
There.
Okay, now I understand. To quote the Danish poet Pia Tafstrup, poetry is a wondrously quiet work, considering the fact that language is the material and the body its instrument, unquote. However, these aspects of silence and slowness must not be confused with lack of relevance in poetic matter. On the contrary, these are the means of which poetry makes its often discreet but lasting imprints on the surface of history as well as contemporary life. In my view, this is even more important to underline in regard to female poets. Louise Glück is no exception. In different variations, her poetry has been read and labeled as a form of, as I would call it, existential gardening and domestic small talk, often in all well-meaning in reference to the recurring themes of seasonal reflections on light and darkness, growth and withering in nature, as well as emotional cycles of family life in patterns of intimacy, rejection, sorrow and loss, especially those of mother-daughter, as well as sister-sibling relationships. In my talk, I will both comment on and challenge this implicit gendering of Louise Glück's poetry and try to show with some brief examples how it affects our understanding of the scope of her work. In the end, I will present my reading departing from a critical feminist perspective
listening to a more seldom observed tone of low, intense anger and passion in Louise Glick's, with the words of the Nobel Prize motivation, unmistakable poetic voice. But before I go further into the motivation, I just want to give you a brief presentation of Louise Glick's life and works. Glick was born in 1943 in the middle of World War II in New York City and grew up in Long Island as the elder of two sisters. A third sister has died before she was born. Her parents were both European Jews of Russian and Hungarian descent, but their families had emigrated to America some generation ago. The ambivalence of how this ancestry affected her childhood and yet not is described in the poem Memoir, in which the bare naming of the shadow of the Holocaust is enough to make us see its presence in contrast to the prosperous American life on Long Island, New York. I quote, "I was born cautious under the sign of Taurus. I grew up on an island, prosperous, in the second half of the 20th century. The shadow of the Holocaust hardly touched us," unquote. Louise Glick's family had a small business, the daily life divided in the gender-specific order typical for the time, with a working dad and a housewife mother. This gave a somewhat contradictory impression when they encouraged their daughters to get a good education, an ambivalence which is portrayed in many of Glick's poems, on the tension between mothers and daughters in the idyllic setting of suburban middle-class life, where most grown women seem to be constantly pregnant and involved in discussing recipes for summer barbecues, Thanksgiving dinners, or the knitting of red Christmas sweaters. However, both the Glick sisters went to the prestigious Ivy League colleges and both turned out to be writers, but in different genres. The younger sister Therese conducted a career as a bank manager while writing short fiction. Louise, who had started writing poetry in her early childhood, published her first poems in the ladies' journal Mademoiselle in her early 20s, which, in brackets, may be noted as a striking similarity with the early writing career of Sylvia Plath, documented in her cult novel The Bell Jar, an influence that Glick herself also has mentioned. Glick's first collection of poetry, Firstborn, was published in 1968, seemingly more affected by her own life circumstances than the ongoing student revolts and political movements. But in a more low-key tone, the motives and conflicts she embedded in her poems had a distinct connection to some of the most urgent issues of the feminist movement, most obvious in regard to body politics and anxiety as suppressive powers in a young woman's life. In her teens, Louise had developed a severe case of anorexia, which took her more than 10 years to get through, including 7 years of psychoanalytic therapy. All of this gave resonance in themes and recurring thought patterns in her following books, not the least in her original interpretation of figures from Greek mythology, such as a triangle drama between mother, daughter, and death in the myth of Persephone and Demeter, which in its turn is associated on multiple connecting levels with her many poems on the transitions between seasons, darkness, and light. As well as, I want to add, in transferred meaning, a deeply conflict-ridden relation to the growth of the own body in a repetitive cycle of eating and starving, budding life and frozen life. In many critical and scholarly readings, Glick's method of drawing on her own lived experiences has been understood as an autobiographical or even confessional driving force in her writing. Personally, I disagree with this perspective. For me, it is more obvious that she enacts and reenacts scenes from different phases of life through impersonating the girl she once was side by side with the mind of her mother as well as the mythical figures like Persephone and Achilles, relativizing both gender, age, and time as a fluid space. Today, Louise Glück is 77 years old and holds a position as one of the most award-winning and loved poets in contemporary American poetry, with a body of work consisting of 12 collections of poetry and a couple of essay books. Her latest published book is Faithful and Virtuous Night from 2014, where she once again goes back into the nights and eerie fairy tales of childhood. Before the Nobel Prize, she has, just to mention a few, been rewarded with the Pulitzer Prize, the National Book Award, the National Humanities Medal, as well as earlier this year, the award in honor of the Swedish Nobel laureate and poet Thomas Tranströmer. She currently lives in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and is a professor and writer in residence at Yale University. When she receives the Nobel Prize on the 10th of December, she will be the 16th woman out of a total of 117 Nobel laureates in literature, a fact that is remarkable in itself, and which I leave you to ponder on, since the time frame for my talk doesn't allow excursions. So, against this backdrop, it is high time for me to go back to the Nobel Prize and the motivation, which actually serves as an excellent starting point for the rest of my talk. And I quote again, "For her unmistakable poetic voice that with austere beauty makes individual existence universal," unquote. This is indeed an interesting motivation in many ways. On one hand, it may be considered as a typical Nobel Prize motivation, when the winner is a poet, that is, with terms of literary value derived from classic notions of originality, beauty, and universal relevance, often seen in connection to ostensibly timeless literary themes like love, death, grief, and aging. When these values are connected with a female writer, they may also be seen as an even higher degree of recognition, since universal qualities almost always are associated with the most representative human experience, which even today is considered to be more or less synonymous with male experience. But that is a fact that makes it rather double-edged, taken as a compliment for a female poet. And on the other hand, these are indeed also notions of literary value that for many more reasons than gender politics can and preferably ought to be contested. Stating a universal relevance for a poet's work is also, at least partly, to take an implicit but seldom mentioned Western perspective for granted as the foremost source of existential experiences, which is something that Louise Glück herself recognized in her very first and astonished reaction on receiving the Nobel Prize in an interview with New York Times, saying she was, and I quote, "completely flabbergasted that they would choose a white American lyric poet. It does not make sense," unquote. The other part of the motivation, her unmistakable poetic voice, carries a bit of the same ambiguous quality. Again, according to Glück herself, this uniqueness of voice often imposed on her poetry might as well function as a curse, an unwanted return to the same topics, and implicitly an inability to vocalize other lyrical tones. With this said, and held as a backdrop, it is also, of course, important to see the genre of prize and award motivations for what it is, a highly condensed summary with no pretension to cover the whole picture. So, for the remaining minutes of my talk, I want to take the opportunity to make a quick dive into Louise Glück's poetic whereabouts and surroundings, trying to trace her specific branch of existential gardening and domestic small talk, as I slightly pejorative addressed it in my introduction. I did so just to underline the risk of just by habitual thinking, connecting female poetry to an underlying conception of the small world, defined by picket fences, perfectly tended rose gardens, and laundry drying in the wind. In other words, the prejudiced understanding of the limited worldview of housewives, such as Glick's own mother. But all these aspects of the gardening theme have indeed a prevalence throughout the years in Glick's poetry, and has accordingly quite often been mistaken as a wish for seclusion, not the least with parallels pointed out to her precursor, Emily Dickinson, famous or perhaps infamous for spending most of her life in her father's house and seldom leaving the premises except from walks and flower gazing in the garden, always dressed in white. This frequently reproduced narrative about Emily Dickinson's timid life is, thus, projected on Louise Glick by mere thematic association, not taking into account that it was already in relation to Dickinson a rather problematic misconception applied on a poet who had the odd and subversive habits of rowing in the wild nights of Eden in her own backyard and keeping Vesuvius at home. I would say that the same thing goes for Louise Glick's poetic world. There is a haunted presence in many of her books, the ghost of a girl in a middle-aged woman's body, once dead but saved to life just by getting away from being caught, a Saint John on the verge of being martyrized, or an unrecognized child Lazarus waiting to be revived. And I quote, "I was Lazarus, the world given to me again. Nights I lay in my bed, waiting to be found out, and the voices returned, but the world refused to withdraw." Unquote. This reluctant participation in the world and its turmoil of affairs indeed marks a striking resemblance to Emily Dickinson's poetry. But in its many visual and sensual details, it also makes me think of the surrealist paintings of, for instance, Leonard Carrington. It is an atmosphere which constantly reminds the reader that while reading Glick, that he or she is entering a zone of experience, whether located in the nursery or the garden, where, to quote one critic, all words are, quote, landmines waiting to be stepped on, unquote, noting in the same breath that Glick's poems has a strange way of seeming posthumous. It is, as in the line I borrowed for the title of my talk, a crime that has been committed against a human soul. A sense that a low, intense danger or anger is omnipresent and sooner or later will explode or act with violent means upon one or another of us, such as in the poem Study of My Sister in the Seven Ages, which the line comes from. The two sisters are reading and playing with no specific purpose when suddenly one of them feels the risk of slipping and falling in her mind and through time. I think this presence of danger, transforming to self-protective anger, is in its turn an impression created by the strange fluid tense of time, which I mentioned earlier, which occurs in many of Glick's poems. Nothing is completely past, and the present is never to be relied on to carry the weight of daily life. This may be illustrated both in the flowing limits between the lives of garden flowers and gardener in the book The Wild Iris, where the almost eco-critical, blurred coexistence of mind and matter in plant and human body alike is arranged in liturgical patterns, celebrating matins and vespers in an ongoing dialogue. And even more so, in the repeated and reversed transitions from light to darkness, in the transition between day and night, summer and winter, and not the least, the being of the fetus in the mother's womb, where the fragments of memories of dwelling in, I quote, cells of great darkness, unquote, is mirrored in the presence of darkness in the very midst of summer solstice, concluding the existential situation we all share, whether universal or not. And isn't this exactly where we stand now, in every meaning of the word, at least in the northern hemisphere, in early December 2020, this forlorn pandemic year? And Louise Glick was and is wise enough to anticipate the need to remind us that we've been here before, and I quote, shortness of the days, darkness, coldness of winter, it is in our blood and bones. It is in our history. It takes genius to forget these things, unquote. And that was the end of my talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Brännström Öhman, for your learned lecture, so much more than just an intervention. I have several questions for you, and please hang on so we can come back to discuss them in a while. First, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Sung-ho Yo. He's a professor at the Department of Korean Literature and Language at Hanyang University. Professor Yo is also recognized and awarded literary critic and the president of the Korean Poetic Studies Association. Most recently, he is the recipient of the Daesan Literary Prize for critic. You are most welcome, Professor Sung-ho Yo.
Good evening. Good morning. I teach Korean language and literature at Hanyang University, and my name is Yu Sung-ho. So at the Sweden-Korea Nobel Memorial Program, it is a great honor to be speaking about the Nobel Prize in Literature and also Korean literature. I would like to extend my thanks to the Swedish Embassy in Seoul and the Literature Translation Institute of Korea, His Excellency the Ambassador, and also the President of LTI Korea. I would like to extend my thanks to them as well. So Professor Oman provided a very in-depth introduction and analysis of the work of this year's laureate, Louise Glick. I would like to skip the parts that coincide with her talk, and I would like to explore more about Korean literature. So the Nobel Prize in Literature is the most well-known, universally known prize in literature. And I did some research. The history of the Nobel Prize in Literature began in 1901. In the very early 20th century, and it has had 117 laureates to this date. It is awarded to an author who has contributed to mankind in the field of literature, and it is not awarded to a particular work, but to an author and the entire body of work from that author. And I will not go into the details about how the candidates are nominated. So this is a history of the Nobel Prize in Literature. The first prize was awarded to the poet Sully Prudhomme in 1901. And we see that this year's laureate is also a poet. So I note that the Nobel Prize in Literature began with poems, and then the last recipient is also a poet. Because of many reasons, because of war
because of many reasons. Sometimes some authors would refuse to take or accept the award, and in some occasions, 2 laureates were awarded in the same year. So we see on the presentation slide, we see some laureates who had refused to accept the award, and also 2 authors who were announced as laureates in the same year. And the Nobel Prize in Literature is an award that celebrates an author, not one particular work. And it's not only for works of literature, writers of works of literature, but it also is awarded to philosophers like Henri Bergson and historians like Theodore Mommsen. And also, Jean-Paul Sartre is also well known for his fiction, Nausea, but he is better known as a philosopher of existentialism. But the most widely known winner of this prize would be the 2016 winner, American pop singer Bob Dylan. Dylan has brought themes such as anti-war and human rights into his lyrics, and the other themes he explores in his lyrics are appreciated for their literary significance as well. His most famous song is Blowing in the Wind, and you just saw a photo of Bob Dylan. Now to Korean literature and the Nobel Prize in Literature. Korea has not yet won any prizes from the Nobel Committee, while our neighboring countries, Japan and China, have had laureates. But nominations from South Korea have been made. In 1982, Kim Dong-ri was nominated, and Hwang Sun-won, Park Kyung-hee, Hwang So-kyung, Kim Ji-ha, Lee Mun-yeol, and Shin Kyung-suk have been named as strong contenders. So some people say that Korean literature is too obsessed with winning the Nobel Prize. And other people say that the Nobel Prize in Literature is most important because it obtains universality for the value of work of Korean literature. So that was my introduction. And what I wanted to share with you today was that here we are having this event at the cradle of women's education in Korea, Ewha Women's University, and this year's laureate is a Caucasian woman. So I would like to speak about the Nobel Prize in Literature in terms of women and poetry. Of the 117 laureates, only 16 are women, including Louis Gluck of this year. So that amounts to around 14% of the total laureates. So we can say that it's an award that is very unfavorable towards women. The first woman to win the prize was Lagerlof. And then 17 years would pass before another woman, Grazia Deleda, would win. And only 6 female laureates won the award before the 1990s. So in 2007, we had Doris Lessing from the UK. And in 2009, from Germany, we had Herta Müller. And in 2015, the Belarusian investigative journalist Svetlana Alexeyevich won the award. And in 2018, the laureate was Olga Tokarczuk. And the 16th woman laureate of this award is this year's Louis Gluck. In particular, the writings of Svetlana Alexievich are works of nonfiction. So up to that point, the winners were mostly writers of fiction or poetry. However, reportage or investigative journalism was included as a genre that was eligible for the Nobel Prize in Literature, thanks to 2015 when Svetlana Alexievich won the award. And this year, Louise Gluck was awarded for her voice with austere beauty that makes individual existence universal. And that underlines the universality of the beauty of lyrical poetry. So the many issues in the world, like conflicts, racism, gender issues, divided countries like on the Korean Peninsula, war. Unlike those issues, the grief of death or other existential themes, or giving a voice to a flower. The world of poetry of Louise Gluck is about lyric poetry, and it is the most profound, most highbrow poetry that can be thought of. And her first collection of poems that she published when she was 25 voiced depression, isolation, pain, and discontent with stirring imagery. And her writing style that makes use of traditional rhyme and rhythm, and also a conversational approach, is very well appreciated. So she became very firmly established as a lyric poet, and she also won the Pulitzer Prize. Louise Gluck said, as she was accepting as she was notified of winning the Nobel Prize, that she was very surprised because most of the Nobel Prizes in literature have been given to male Caucasians and Europeans. So Louise Gluck is, yes, she's Caucasian, but she's a woman. She's not from Europe, and she's a poet. And so she said that she was surprised that she was selected as this year's laureate. None of her work has been translated into Korean as of now. However, I was able to read her work in English, and it is quite different from the very trivial emotions. It actually shows the expansibility and the transparency of lyric sentiments. And this marginal genre of lyric poetry can actually provide healing properties and consolation and empathy. So the Swedish Academy saw that this was something that had to be recognized in these times. So poetry is a literary genre of minorities. In particular, lyric poetry is so. But now lyric poetry is at the center of attention of the world. Korean literature should also bring together a universal poetic sensibilities and also something that is very uniquely Korean. So Kim Il-dum, Kim Hae-sun are some examples that are writing in their language as Korean women writers, and they are well appreciated from readers and critics from around the world. And in fiction, we have Han Gang, who won the Man Booker International Award for her book, The Vegetarian, which dealt with the very universal theme of violence and also state violence, which touched the strings of literature readers around the world. And Pyeon Hae-young is also well received around the world. So the significance and implications of this very long-standing award from the Nobel Committee had been, up to now, focused on the Western world and men, but now it seems to be expanding its horizons to include and recognize women, lyric poetry, and non-European authors. So the marginalized and excluded beings are now being brought into recognition. So discovering women poets and supporting such women poets is something that we have to do to promote our young poets today.
제가
Lastly, I would like to share with you a poem from Louis Glick titled The Fear of Burial. It could translate to the fear of being buried in Korean. And this poem is about the loneliness, the isolation of the deceased. There is nothing left for that lonely soul. And the distance between ourselves and the deceased has become very long. While we go on in our daily lives, the deceased will take or embark on a journey, a very long journey. So it deals with the ambivalence of life and death. So it isn't really metaphysical, and neither does it bring on feelings of despair or darkness, when those are the feelings that you usually think of when you're thinking of death. It's actually quite a beautiful piece of poetry. So the Nobel Prize in Literature had been focused on more topical themes. However, this year's prize shows that it is turning back to what we feel in our daily lives. Of course, the decision might be determined by many political tendencies. However, I do hope that lyric poetry will continue to be recognized and appreciated. So at today's literature session of the Sweden-Korea Nobel Memorial Program, I hope that this program serves as an opportunity to have Korean lyric poetry to be translated
very aptly into foreign languages and shared overseas, so we can someday win the Nobel Prize for Korea as well. And with that, I would like to close my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Yu. Please have a seat on stage and stay up here. Thank you for a very interesting presentation. Let's get back to that in a little minute. We have some questions for you. First, I would like to invite a guest that will join us for the panel discussion, Ms. Haun Shim. Ms. Shim is the editor-in-chief at Unheng Namu Publishing. She holds a master's in French literature and has produced and edited 150 literary works from around the world. You are very warmly welcome, Ms. Haun Shim. Please. And good to see you back, Professor Öhman, as well. I have, just to kick off with, for you, Ms. Shim, I have a question for you. Can you tell us what the reaction was in the publishing industry upon the news of Louise Glück being awarded the Nobel Prize?
Well, it was quite a surprise. Korea time, 8 o'clock, we get the news, and we got the news real time. And so we were watching the news and they announced American poet Louise Glück, and everyone was surprised, and we didn't even get the name at first. And I think other publishers were quite shocked. And at the same time, there was relief, and then everyone went back home because there was no publisher that had published Louise Glück's work, and nobody was ready. And so we didn't have to work at night. And the journalists who were covering this story, I think they were busy because they had written their articles earlier, and that was of no use. And so the next morning, they called us and asked, is anything ready? And I said to the journalist, I'm writing up a list as you speak, and then you will be able to get a beautiful poetry book in sometime soon.
Professor Öhman, what was your reaction when you heard the name?
Yes, I had actually heard Louise Glück's name, but I hadn't read her myself. So this has been a very fortunate, I think, for me as a poetry reader to explore and find a new poetic voice, such as Louise Glück's.
So, Professor Yu, she wasn't very well known in Korea. Had you heard about her before?
Before she was announced as the laureate for this year, no, I really hadn't heard of her. And as Ms. Eman, Professor Eman said earlier, we usually look up a lot of material once the laureate is announced, but it was difficult for me to access information on Louise Glück in the first stages.
Professor Öhman, you mentioned in your presentation that your appreciation of the exchange of reading experience, that this opportunity is, and I'm also sensing I'm having an experience of exchange reading experience from listening to you and to Professor Yu of how what the things are that you are lifting out in the poetry of Louise Glück that you appreciate. And it strikes me as being quite similar. Before, I was very curious about how well poetry translates, not only between languages, but also between cultures. And the United States and South Korea are worlds apart in some contexts. And when in the prize motivation by the Swedish Academy, they are talking about the universality in her poetic voice. And there seems that maybe there is really such a universality that is translating, making both of you, all of you perhaps, appreciating the same qualities in her poetry. Professor Joop, what are your thoughts on how poetry translates in this respect?
So Robert Frost, the famous American poet, defined poetic language as follows. The language that cannot be translated, the language that is non-translatable. That was how Robert Frost defined poetic language. And Stéphane Mallarmé, the symbolism poet of 19th century France, said also that compared to prose, prose is about semantic translation, but translation of poetry is not only about meaning, but also a sentiment and colors or flavors of language that are unique to a certain people or ethnicity. But there are still universal qualities to poetry. When I, for example, hear a reading of Russian poetry, I can feel the musicality, and I somehow get part of the message. But Louis Gluck's poetic language seems to be something more accessible. It's not really local, or it's not really very difficult. So it might come across as something approachable to Korean readers. However, still, poetry translation is fundamentally difficult. A poem will have to be very fortunate to come across a good translator. And I hope that poetry, not only from other countries but also Korea, will be translated very well. And KLTI has quite a role to play.
Professor Erman.
Well, yes, I would agree with both Professor Hu and of course Robert Frost and Stéphane Mallarmé on this. Of course, it is impossible in every meaning to translate poetry, but still we have to try, just as we have to translate languages when we are speaking in an event like this with each other. But I think it's very important to include that poetry distinctly separate from prose, that it is, and I quite agree on that there is also a whole world of not only words but also sensual world which come from childhood and the surroundings. What are the atmosphere? What are the smells? What are the feelings in the atmosphere surrounding Louise Glick in her childhood on Long Island in New York, for instance, that are quite different from, I guess, the sensual world in Seoul, Korea, or in perhaps also in Sweden. And there are distinct memories we grew up, but there are also profound differences. But it's the effort to try to share, to translate and make words and experiences travel across language barriers and of course other limits and borders between countries and people. That is the most beautiful aspect and dimension, I think, of the Nobel Prize. That this suddenly becomes the poet that everybody, or at least many of us poetry readers, want to read in our own language as well. In Swedish, I think there were, when the Nobel Prize was announced, I think there were 2 or 3 collections of poetry translated by Louise Glick, but not much more than that. But I think that this effort is the thing that we have to focus on, the willingness to share, even though we know that it is untranslatable. We still try.
Ms. Shim, when you are producing translations, I guess you are assuming from another position than poetry being untranslatable when you make the commercial assessment of whether a book will be possible to sell when you translate it. How are you choosing your titles to translate on their quality of translatability, if you catch my meaning?
So to be truthful, the translatability is an issue that has been an issue of contention for quite a while. But for publishing houses like 은행나무, we just assume that this is translatable. And we assume that it should be readable in beautiful Korean language. Because I'm an editor, when I get the translated manuscript, of course the translators do their best to make it as perfect as possible, but it might not feel that way when readers read the manuscript. So as an editor, I try to bridge those two different perspectives. So if the poetic language, if the vocabulary is too difficult, too highbrow, then we make a recommendation to make it a little more accessible to the readers. So we have these very lengthy debates with the translators. Which word would be more appropriate? Those were the things that we would discuss. We really actually spend quite a lot of time on those topics.
I would love that. That would be fantastic. Debating a word for 4 days or maybe weeks even. That would be very interesting. I'm guessing that the 2016 award to Bob Dylan sort of opened the floodgates for the perception of what kind of poetry can be awarded in the Nobel Prize by the Swedish Academy. Do you see that there can be other types of poetry or literary expressions also being awarded after that award and Louise Glück's award? Professor Öhman?
Well, yes. Many people talk about Bob Dylan as a kind of a groundbreaking new recipient of the Nobel Prize, but I think that it wasn't new in that way, in the poetic expression as much as in the shared experience. And if I go back, I want to go back again to the Nobel Prize motivation for this year's laureate, Louise Glück, and the presupposition of a universal experience, because new forms for me in this specific Nobel Prize context is not so much a matter of genre as of which human experiences can be regarded as universal, as I touch upon in my talk as well. Just to mention two examples from previous Nobel laureates, I would say, for instance, 1945, when Gabriela Mistral received the Nobel Prize in Literature with her background in groundbreaking ideas about teaching for children as well as for women. And she wrote poetry with roots in nursery rhymes and liberation theology, and which she was up to this date the only woman from South America that has been awarded with the Nobel Prize. Likewise, I would say that Toni Morrison, who received the prize in 1993, who wrote these heart-ripping and very poetic novels about, as she called it herself, the unspeakable and unwritable experiences of black slaves and their ancestors in the United States of America, contesting the normalization and dominance of white Western culture in modern literature and its understanding of human values. Other example might be Mo Yan, the Chinese novelist, and of course, as Professor Hu already mentioned, the Belarusian essayist Svetlana Alexievich, who both in different ways and in different style widens the perspective on what literature can do, more than perhaps what literature is. So, of course, I was not neither surprised nor shocked about Bob Dylan as a Nobel Prize laureate. I think it was he was a good prize winner. But I think that we have to broaden the perspective of what is new. It's not only the mere genre and poetic expression as such, but the experiences that they transform and share with the readers.
Professor Yu, do you share that view of Dylan and the role the award has for the Nobel Prize?
So, as far as I remember, when Bob Dylan's winning of the award was announced, the response was very divided into two different viewpoints. One was that the genre was being expanded. So the horizon of literature was moving beyond the traditional forms of fiction or poetry, and it was looking for universal empathy, and lyrics could conjure shared ideas and shared sentiments. So some people welcomed that. But some people, at the same time, who very much revered the very highbrow quality of the Nobel Literature Prize, said that this wasn't a right decision. And I think I was quite ambivalent on that point as well. So when a prize is awarded, it might be a passing judgment, but it also is an institutional force that sets the direction for what is going to be mainstream. I don't think that other Bob Dylans will win the prize in the near future, but I believe that Bob Dylan winning this prize is going to expand the horizons of the prize to other genres as well. And President Kim Hae-suk of Ewha Women's University earlier mentioned the writer Jo Nam-ju, and her most famous work of fiction is Kim Ji-young, born in 1982. So it's a little bit shorter than what we think of when we're thinking about a full-length novel. And in terms of its construction, it's also a little bit different. So some people came up with the term that it's a light, full-length novel. However, the multiple volume Korean works such as Land, or the Taebaek Mountain, or the very serious and heavy works from Russian writers such as Dostoevsky, who is going to write that sort of work in the future? And then we also ask and see that something that would not be considered as full-length fiction has won awards and is selling very well in the market. And aside from the traditional forms, we have the online fiction, web fiction, and I wonder if Nobel Prize will be able to continue to shy away or ignore those new forms. So about Bob Dylan winning the prize, you might like it or you might hate it, but years down the road, it will probably serve as a milestone in which modern literature had been expanded. And Svetlana Alexievich is also very important as a winner, because a nonfiction piece, a nonfiction writer winning the award was quite shocking to myself. So perhaps we could look for such possibilities in Korea as well. I am a literary critic, and I believe that literary critics might also be eligible for the prize. So up to now, creative writing has been the focus. However, literary criticism might also be brought into
a body of candidates for the Nobel Prize. And perhaps maybe Korean literary criticism might be translated and shared across other markets as well.
Speaking of these different types of genres, I'm not envious of the Swedish Academy having probably hundreds of nominations to consider when they are picking a winner. Do you have any guess as to how they are working to approach picking out the winners, or at least the top contenders? How do we compare quality in literature when which is what they really need to do? Is there some basic footing? It's not an exact science, of course. Eventually it becomes politics, perhaps. But how do you approach it, and how do you make these choices? Professor Jo, if you would start.
So, what we say among literary critics, so the political trends and the times that are reflected in the Nobel Prize, best by the Nobel Peace Prize, because it's not quantifiable, and then comes literature. So chemistry, physiomedicine, or economics, compared to those, literature is not going to be quantified in its quality. So it's about an accumulation of feelings towards works. So the discourses or agenda items or situations that the world is facing at that time, if they correspond to the works that are nominated, the authors that are nominated, and if there's a synergistic effect, they would also look for the response from the public before they make the choice. And when I am faced by the news of a winner, rarely do we say that I knew that person would win. You have to have some time before you really agree or accept the outcomes. I don't believe that every time the committee made the right choice, but years down the road, we will see the significance of that choice. And oftentimes, even though the evaluation is not based on science, it would be based on the common sense and sensibilities of the Academy members.
Professor Ehrman?
Yeah, I think it's notoriously difficult to talk about quality in literature, as there cannot, in my opinion at least, never be such a thing as an objective value or quality in literature. So many other factors such as time, historic situation, gender, language, and other, for us, of course, secret considerations of the Academy will also play a role here. But with this reservation, of course, you can talk about the individual qualities of a specific writer or poet, but you cannot not ever, as I guess you can say in medicine or chemistry, that this is the very poet or novelist that has pushed forward the limits of what is possible to do in the genre of literature, in the broadest sense of the word. So what is so difficult in relation to literature is the comparison, that you can never say that actually this was the right writer who won this year's prize. It's impossible. It's almost impossible to say that. So I think that likewise, if you see the Nobel Prize in Literature as a competition, please let us leave that to the betting companies. But the other part of the question, of course, I think there is a very, very good observation from Professor Jo that the winner
of the Nobel Prize in Literature as well as the Peace Prize perhaps says something more about the state of mind, the mindset of people in a broader sense in this actual time in history and situation in history. And also, of course, I think there are some shared experiences in the 21st century in a global context that we can share, but we can never say that it was the right winner this year and it was the wrong winner last year. There can be many arguments raised, as for instance last year, in relation to one of the two prize winners in literature, Peter Handke, and his perhaps a bit dubious political investments in the Balkan Wars that many critics raised as a problematic circumstance in awarding Peter Handke the Nobel Prize. But that is no objective argument, I think, for saying that the quality of his literary achievements are less when you set them in relation to a more political contemporary context. So it's notoriously difficult, but of course we can and we must talk about quality, but we also must relativize it a bit.
Thank you. We're going to have a look at what questions we have from the audience, but first I would like to ask Ms. Shim. So Louise Glück will now be translated to Korean. Do you think she will find an audience here in Korea, and do you also think that it may raise interest in poetry more than yesterday, so to speak?
네, 저는 그렇게
I believe so. There's a lot of readers who are reading poetry anthology, and Mary Oliver's poetry book was well received in Korea. Korean readers love to read poetry. When poetry books are published, we have reading sessions, and sentiments are expressed with trembling voices. I think the same will go for Louise Glück. I think it will be loved by the Korean readers, and I want to publish her book.
That's a good grading she's getting. So let's see if we have any questions from the audience. Oh, there are several. How do we choose from these? Let's take the first one. Does the Nobel Prize in Literature appear as a major issue of literary society that influences readers to think of the fundamental of literature? Is any one of you compelled to answer this? Professor Öhman?
Well, yes, it's a bit difficult to see if this is indeed a major event in the literary society as a whole, at least if you put it in a global context. But of course, nowadays, what is a media event is a major event, and the Nobel Prize is the most famous literary prize still today. So I guess so, but also you must note that most Nobel laureates in literature, they have already made their major achievements when they received the prize. So I don't think that they will, at least not in any direct way, affect literary society and influence new writers in an obvious way, as they have many times, as with Louise Glück. She's been a writer for more than 50, almost 60 years, and some of her achievements are that also. So I think that you must have that in the picture as well. It is a major event, but not in the way perhaps how it affects the literary society as a whole.
Professor Jo?
Well, what I expect is, unlike other countries, if Korea wins a Nobel Literature Award, then it will have a much more larger impact than what is seen in the Western world, and it will send reverberations across the entire publishing market. For example, when Han Gang won the Man Booker International Prize, her book, The Vegetarian, which wasn't really popular before, became a bestseller, and all of her previous works had also become steady sellers. And so many people were much more interested in the writer Han Gang. And she wrote about domestic violence, but she also dealt with issues in contemporary Korean history, the experience of violence in contemporary Korean history, and that became everyday language of the vocabulary of even young students as well. So Koreans have a high regard for literature, and I believe that it's not just going to be people saying that someone has won the award, but it's going to have such an impact on the Korean literary tradition. It will become the universal standard, and I do hope that if we win that award, it will be from a very good writer.
Things will be changing fundamentally when it comes to poetry after Dylan. I mean, we can now listen to Louise Glück on Spotify, inexpensive headphones, and have her favorite poems on repeat if we like that. And Professor Yor, what you mentioned of appreciating listening to Russian poetry even if you don't understand it, I do that every day when I'm listening to K-pop that my daughter is playing. So the translation doesn't always have to be there. I would like to continue this conversation, but unfortunately we are up with time. And we need to save a couple of minutes for Ambassador Hallgren as well. But thank you so much for taking your time and participating here. Anneli Brännström Öhman, Song-Ho Yo, and Hyun Shim. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. We can walk off this way. And then I invite the Ambassador of Sweden to the Republic of Korea, Jakob Hallgren, to give a few closing words. Thank you.
Well, I think that was a fantastic ending symposia of this year's first and inaugural Sweden-Korea Nobel Memorial Program. And I would like to thank Dr. Hector, Professor Brännström Öhman, and Professor Sung-Ho Yo, and Editor-in-Chief Hyun Shim for these wonderful reflections on poetry and literature. And I must say I was so inspired myself, and I hope you share that feeling about the force of poetry. Expressions like existential gardening, what a wonderful expression. And I must say, I myself sympathize very much with the ghost of a boy in a middle-aged man's body, if I just extrapolate on what was just said. Is poetry universal or is it not? Is it possible to translate those inner feelings in a language that poetry projects or not? And how accessible or approachable is it or is it not? And then when the discussion moved over to how you define literature, how you define poetry, and how wonderfully broad it can become. I was really so inspired, and maybe also this comment about that this, if maybe one of together with the Peace Prize, is probably the best sign of our times of sorts. So all of these were reflections that I had, and I hope and I'm sure that you had similar or shared similar or other strong emotions after having heard this extremely rich and interesting discussion. And I must also say that since this is the last of 3 symposia today on the sciences, on economics, and now on literature, what a success! What a rich exchange! What a rich! I mean, wow! What fantastic scholars we have in our 2 countries, and we have so much to talk about, so much to share, and so much to build on. And this is why I am so happy that when I said at the outset today that this was the inaugural event, I mean it, because this is intended to be an annual event. We were supposed to have a whole week of celebration of curiosity, research, science, literature, but for obvious reasons we had to go online. This was extremely successful, but it gives me so much inspiration and appetite to redo this next year, hopefully over a week, with a lot of other activities attached to this, where people can come from Sweden and meet and exchange in the valuable presence of being together and talking directly in the same room. So thank you so much, everybody. Thanks to all of our partners, to President of LTI Korea, President of Eva Women's University, to the supporting university in Sweden, and not least all of our corporate sponsors who have made this possible. Thank you so very much. Kamsahamnida. See you next year.